Xiao's eyes flickered as he said, "If we can really find it, we don't have to take it." The demon dragon fell silent as he pondered over Xiao's words. Xiao closed the door again, so as not to disturb Xiang, and walked out. Since these rows of buildings were built above the dragon vein, there must be a place that was connected to the underground and could directly enter the dragon vein. Only in this way could he continuously use the positive yang qi, allowing these alchemists to produce the pills with twice the effort but half the result. Zhou Xiang, who was delivering the news in the southern part of the city, was extremely depressed at this moment. His entire body was tied up by a glittering golden rope, and he was completely unable to exert any strength. He had thought that it would be an extremely easy task, but now he understood why he had been assigned to do it. However, he still didn't understand why the man's face changed when he mentioned Mr. Yu. He had been in the skeleton mercenary group for so many years, but he had never heard of a person called Mr. Rain in the group. He couldn't help but be suspicious, and he scolded the intelligence department of the regiment. This Mr. Yu was obviously an important figure, or he wouldn't have received such treatment. "Hey, I say, Wu Lei. We know each other, and although we don't have any friendship, we've never been on bad terms. I'm just here to deliver something on behalf of our captain. You don't have to treat me like this." Zhou Xiang mumbled in dissatisfaction. Wu Lei was a 9-stars martial emperor from the skeleton corps, and he captured Zhou Xiang with just one move. He looked at Zhou Xiang coldly and said, "I'll have to ask the higher-ups if I want to let you go or not." He looked at the jade token and the blood in the vessel and said, "I will also hand in these 2 items. You can just wait here for your punishment." He ordered his men to keep an eye on Zhou Xiang, and without looking back, he headed towards the headquarters of the skeleton mercenary corps. Zhou Xiang began to shout arrogantly, which quickly aroused the dissatisfaction of the guards. A group of people surrounded him and gave him a good beating before he became obedient. In a secret room in the headquarters of the skeleton mercenary group, Wu Lei reported the situation and handed over 2 things at the same time. A burly man sat on a throne. His entire body was shrouded in black, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Beside the man stood a black-robed man. He was also extremely mysterious, and the aura on his body was extremely strange. It was as if there were no vital qi fluctuations at all, just like an ordinary person. However, what made Wu Lei extremely nervous was the black-robed man who did not have any yuan qi fluctuations. He was the most mysterious existence in the skeleton mercenary corps, Mr. Yu. He seemed to be even more terrifying than the captain, Shen Feng. "Mr. Yu opened his hand, and the jade messenger token and the crystal container flew into his palm. He gently opened the jade token, and a weak divine sense immediately fluctuated, which he caught. "Pu!" He clenched his fist, and the jade token turned into powder and disappeared. Wu Lei's heart trembled. He seemed to feel a wave of anger spreading. He did not know why, but a wave of fear rose in his heart. He clearly could not feel any yuan qi or martial intent pressure, but it made him feel a chill. The burly man on the throne said, "What's wrong, Mr. Yu?" The black-robed man raised the crystal vessel and looked at it for a while. Then he said in a hoarse voice, "This is troublesome. Gu Yuesheng has indeed fallen into the hands of the rookie mercenary group. It's just Gu Yuesheng. It doesn't matter even if he dies." "Master, there's no need to be angry," Shen Feng said. Mr. Yu shook his head and said, "It was nothing at first. If he died, there wouldn't be any trouble. At most, we'd lose one of the immemorial heaven's eyes. The problem is that he's still alive. I brought him here. Do you know who his master is?" "Master?" Shen Feng frowned. "Aren't you his master?" Mr. Yu stared at the glassware and grabbed it hard. With a bang, it exploded. The drop of blood was caught in his hand, and he actually raised his head and swallowed it. Then, he licked his lips and said, "His master is a troublesome person that even I don't want to provoke. Have you heard of Crazy Jie?" "What? Was it that pervert? Isn't he already dead?" Shen Feng's voice was filled with shock as he reproached. "Since you're that person's disciple, why did you bring him to me?" Now that something has happened, what should we do if that pervert comes to our door? Wulei stood below, frowning. He had never heard of this crazy Jie before. He did not know which faction he was from that even the regiment commander and Mr. Yu were afraid of him. Mr. Yu laughed weirdly and said, I'm just interested in his immemorial heaven's eye and want to do this. That drop of blood just now was indeed the blood essence of the immemorial heavenly eye. Tasted delicious. Kiki. Humph. Shin Feng snorted heavily and said in dissatisfaction, The immemorial heaven's eye is an important treasure. If you snatch it, will that mad hero let you go? Although I know you're not afraid of him, you don't want to have a big trouble chasing after you every day. Do you? You're wrong, Shin Feng, Mr. Yu said with a smile. Gu Yuexing was just a test subject for that pervert. Do you think he would casually bestow such a treasure to a disciple? I know that person's temperament very well. The immemorial Heaven's Eye clan was a tribe that lived in groups. He must have found a tomb of an immemorial Heaven's Eye and obtained a certain number of Heaven's Eyes. That was why he was willing to use one of them on his disciple for an experiment. He definitely wouldn't make things difficult for me just because of a test subject. If that's the case, then what do you mean by trouble is coming? Shin Feng asked. Mr. Yu's face turned cold, and he looked extremely ferocious in the dark. He said, The messenger already knows Gu Yuexing's identity. He said that if he doesn't cooperate with them, he will hand Gu Yuexing over to the Sea of Soul Formation. If that's the case, that crazy hero will definitely go crazy and fight us to the death. Cooperate with them? Shin Feng's anger surged and he said in a deep voice, What are they doing? Mr. Yu's face was also strange. The letter said that they were going to do something in the west of the city. They told us to be honest and not give them any trouble. Wulei was shocked and hurriedly said, Not long ago, news came from the west of the city. It says that the rookie mercenary group has just taken up the position of a new captain of the 8th team. He's very young and his strength is mysterious. He had just captured Zhao Yu from the Storm mercenary group and said that the Heroes' Assembly would be held in 3 days. Could it be related to this matter? Mr. Yu frowned and mumbled to himself. The newly appointed brigade leader, Yu, has mysterious and unpredictable abilities. Could he be the one who captured Gu Yuexing? 3 days, Shin Feng asked. Immediately go and find out the identity and information of this person. Don't let any clues slip by. Also, since they already know about Mr. Yu, Zhou Xiang should let him go. Yes, Wulei hurriedly replied, bowed and retreated. Mr. Yu, what are they doing? Ever since young Emperor Hao Lian's disappearance, the newbie mercenary group had been extremely low-key. Not only did they lose a lot of territory and businesses in the west, but they also lost a lot of businesses in the north. Why did he suddenly become so high-profile? Could it be Zhenjin? Shin Feng's heart trembled as he thought of a bad idea. He said in horror, could it be that young Emperor Hao Lian has broken through to the martial supreme realm and is back? Don't panic, Mr. Yu said. With our current situation, we don't have to be afraid even if young Emperor Hao Lian really breaks through to the martial supreme realm. Moreover, the probability of such a situation was very low, and the people sent out had not sent back any news. Do you think that the 9 Heavens' will is so easy to break? I'm guessing that the newly appointed captain wants to do something to stabilize his position. I hope so. Shin Feng finally calmed down and said, Teacher, when will you be done with that thing? I thought we'd be able to capture Hai Lin without a hitch. Mr. Yu scoffed. But that doesn't seem possible. I'm planning to go to the demon land to find the soul-splitting bone. Soul-breaking type spinal bone? That's a demonic beast that's close to the 9 Heavens martial emperor realm. Shin Feng exclaimed. So what if I'm a martial emperor in the 9 Heavens? Mr. Yu snorted. Have you forgotten my identity? Shin Feng heaved a sigh of relief, and his face was filled with joy. He stood up from the throne and bowed to Mr. Yu slowly. He said excitedly, Thank you, sir, for your help. I won't forget your great kindness. Mr. Yu waved his hand impatiently. No need to thank me. I'm just a friend of your father. It's my duty to help you. Besides, It's also for my own sake." After he finished speaking, his heart suddenly moved and his face revealed a look of shock. He looked in the direction of the west of the city as if all the buildings here could not block his eyes and he could see through the layers of space. "This is a swan and I, what a strong positive yang qi. That light is dense." Mr. Yu's face twisted in disbelief and shock. He lost his composure and shouted, "A divine body phenomenon. The divine body phenomenon of the nine yang body." Xinfeng's body trembled as he said in horror, "Nine yang divine body? Did teacher see wrongly?" Mr. Yu's body was also trembling in his black robe. He couldn't calm himself down. He gritted his teeth and said, "I can't be wrong. The one who killed 3 kings of our tribe and trapped our tribe under the 5-cloud mountain for nearly 1,000 years was Gu Qingqing, the 19th palace master of Shenshao Palace and the one who has the 9 yang real body. My race has a detailed description of this kind of physique." A black light flashed across his face, and his eyes exploded with a strong sense of ruthlessness. He said, "I can't believe that 1,000 years later, this kind of divine body will appear again. Is there really no way for our clan to rise again?" Xinfeng's expression was not good either. He said in a deep voice, "The aura is coming from the noob mercenary group's 8th team. Could it be the new captain?" "It's fine if he's a man," Mr. Yu said. "He won't be able to practice the 9 yang true technique of Shenshao Palace. However, if it was a woman." A cold killing intent burst out from his eyes, and he shouted, "We must kill him!" Xinfeng's heart skipped a beat as he watched Mr. Yu's figure disappear from the hall. "I'll leave the matter of the soul-splitting spine to you," he said indifferently. "Leave the 9 yang divine body to me. We can't mess with Feng Zijie for now. Let the newbie mercenary group cause a scene in the west of the city." Xinfeng also knew that this was a serious matter, and his eyes revealed a determined look before he disappeared from the main hall. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Storm Mercenary Group, a few powerhouses were holding an emergency meeting. The sudden movement of the newbie mercenary group in the west of the city made them extremely nervous. A man seemed to be extremely disdainful of the tense atmosphere and said, "There's no news from the Demon Plains. I think the matter of the rookie mercenary group in the west of the city is just a trick to confuse us and make us panic. If young Emperor Hao Lian has really broken through to the rank of a Marshal Supreme, why would they need to do this? They could have just charged over. Wu Wei is right, but we have to be careful. Could the matter of the city's west be seen as a signal? Before this, no matter how much we take an inch and ask for a yard, the rookie mercenary group can only passively defend and continuously shrink their range of activity. However, ever since the Highland Merchant House returned to the city, they became arrogant and killed our experts. Yi Xian's whereabouts were unknown, and Zhao Yu had been captured. Now we're even holding a heroes' assembly. It seems like we've suddenly gained a lot of confidence," an old man said with a deep voice. His face flickered with a dark light and his eyes were slightly turbid. He swept his gaze across everyone's faces and said, "If it's just a diversion, it won't take long to see through it. I'm just afraid that they've really found a trump card that can fight us without Halian Xiaohuang. Humph, if there really is such a thing. You wouldn't have been so timid all this time." The other man didn't seem to agree with the old man's words and said, "Unless Highland brought back something. But as far as I know, they're already very lucky to be able to return to the Lightsong Forest." In the Demon Plains, he was ambushed by Skeleton and his men several times. Wu Wei revealed a look of dissatisfaction and snorted. "Xinfeng and the others have sent people to befriend them several times. Together, they're against the rookie mercenary group, but they don't even give us face. After we exterminate the rookie group, they will be next. Don't underestimate Xinfeng. I think he's even more dangerous than young Emperor Hao Lian," the old man said. Moreover, the skeleton mercenary group's origin was a bit mysterious. They had been investigating for so many years, but they still couldn't find out anything. "I think we need to change our plan a little, from taking the initiative to provoke them to observe them." "Zhang Feng, you're being too careful," Wu Wei said disdainfully. The regiment commander had already brought the 3 elders to the Demon Plains to track down Xiaohuang Hao Lian. The chances of him returning were slim, let alone advancing to a martial supreme. In my opinion, we should take advantage of this matter to annihilate the rookie mercenary group in one fell swoop and take over their territory. Then, when the leader returns, we'll attack the skeleton mercenaries and unify the forest. You're too young, Wu Wei. Zhang Feng frowned and shook his head. If it was that simple, the forest wouldn't have been in so much chaos for so many years. Caution is the parent of safety. You must not act rashly. That's right. I agree with Zhang Feng. The other old man nodded. Moreover, everyone in the west of the city had set a rule that no force was allowed to send martial honors and above into the city. In terms of strength, the newbie mercenary group has the advantage. Humph! Wu Wei stood up in dissatisfaction and said angrily, "Since you've decided to be cowards, why are you still opening your mouths?" He patted his butt, ignored the crowd, and left the venue. The rest of the people were frowning, clearly thinking far ahead. This time, young Emperor Hao Lian's sudden disappearance after breaking through to the martial supreme realm had brought too many variables to the future of the entire Lightsong woodland. Perhaps it was a great opportunity to completely reshuffle the cards. However, no one had the confidence and assurance to be able to have the last laugh. Yunxiao called over the members of the 8th team and asked them about the situation of the fire dragon vein. He soon found the entrance. There was a huge barrier below the gourd. There was a huge formation inside the barrier that was used to gather yang qi and continuously transport it above. This formation was set up by a formation master that Commander Hao Lian had spent a lot of money to hire. Liu explained. The fire dragon vein is also sealed below along with this formation. If the captain wants to go down, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. He stole a glance at Yunxiao and muttered in his heart. He couldn't understand how such a young man could be promoted to a brigade leader. The 8 company leaders of the rookie mercenary group were all martial monarch powerhouses. A few of them were even at the peak of the martial emperor realm and could step into the martial honored realm at any time. All the brothers in the group were convinced. The sudden appearance of a young man at the rank of a martial king caused a lot of people to gossip in private. Besides, he was extremely unhappy to be called here by Yunxiao. However, Captain Zhou Xiang had ordered that he had to obey 100% of the captain's orders, so he reluctantly followed. Liu continued. After the formation was set up, Commander Hao Lian personally went down to test its power. He returned without success. His meaning was obvious. Even Commander Hao Lian found it difficult to break it, so don't even think about it. Just take a look and leave. Yunxiao turned a deaf ear to her words and just began to study it carefully. It stretched out to a radius of 100 meters, and the lines were extremely grand. The positive yang qi below was being continuously absorbed, condensing into a huge force that rushed to the ground. Back then, I told him to study formations properly, but he refused. Now, you have to pay a lot of money to hire people to set up a simple energy-returning formation. You're such a disgrace to me. Liu, hehe. As soon as Yunxiao stepped into the array, a red beam of light shot toward him. He snorted and a golden light flashed in his hand. He grabbed the red light and immediately annihilated it in his hand. Then he took another step. Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the space, and the lines of the entire array began to light up. Rays of red light shot up and illuminated the entire barrier. Suddenly, white lights emerged from Yunxiao's body, as if night pearls were covering his body. They penetrated through his body and condensed into a white barrier around him, blocking the red light. He performed an incantation gesture and a golden tadpole-like character flew out. It flickered above the formation and fell down. As soon as the formation came into contact with the golden tadpole-like characters, the buzzing sound immediately died down, and most of the red light disappeared. Yunxiao also retracted the white light around him and began to cast incantation gestures to dissolve the power of the array. Under the constant bombardment of the spiritual arts, the dazzling array began to become dim and unstable. The light became weaker and weaker, as if it would be extinguished at any time. Liu's mouth was wide open, and her eyes were almost popping out. Not only did this dazzling light origins returning grand formation absorb yang qi, it also had extremely strong defensive power. The members of the 8th team would often come here to test their cultivation after eating. He wanted to use the power of the formation to attack him and see how long it could last. Even as a 3-stars martial grandmaster, he could only last for a dozen breaths inside. Now, not only had Xianxia blocked all the attacks, but he had also neutralized them one by one. Judging from the situation, the array seemed to be about to stop operating. "Captain, you can't." Liu was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly stopped him and said, "This great formation is the foundation of Team 8. The reason we're in the west of the city is also because of this formation. If it was broken, it would affect the refining and cultivation of every alchemist master. The consequences will be unimaginable." Xianxia gave him an indifferent look and said, "I'm only temporarily undoing it. It's not like I'm going to destroy it." To be able to temporarily remove the Xianxia, could he be an array master? Liu thought to himself, but his face was still very nervous, for fear of causing a big disaster. As Xianxiao's last incantation gesture was cast, the entire array finally stopped operating. Xianxia walked up and down above, frowning and mumbling to himself, "There's actually another layer below that seals off my divine sense. This is really interesting." He took out the purple Shadow Qing Sua sword and used it as a rod, knocking it against the ground. "Brat! You're being too disrespectful." The demonic dragon let out a series of roars, and demonic chi was constantly emitted from the sword. The dragon shadow flickered, showing its extreme dissatisfaction. "Ah!" Liu, who was standing next to Xianxia, let out a cry of horror as he stared at the sword in Yunxiao's hand with fear in his eyes. The weapon essence and demonic power had shocked him, and the power that penetrated his soul had drained his blood and filled him with fear. Xianxia smiled. "There's nothing for you to do here. You can go back first. I might have to stay here for a while." Liu scrambled out. He didn't want to stay in there for a moment longer. The pressure that the sword gave him was too great. It was as if he would be cut into pieces if he took a look at it. This formation has completely sealed off the earth vein, not leaving a single entrance. Looks like we'll have to dig it up. Xianxia knocked on several possible places, but he found no sign, which surprised him. Hey, kid, you can't be forgiven." The demonic dragon roared non-stop again, as if its dignity had been greatly insulted. Xianxia used the sword as a tool and began to dig the ground. He ignored the demonic dragon's roars and dug a big hole. Suddenly, he slapped his palm and a large piece of soil collapsed. There was a tunnel below. A large amount of yang qi rushed up from the tunnel, making people feel a burst of heat. He jumped into it and began to explore. The tunnel was very rough and the 4 walls were dry. It was obvious that it had been abandoned for a long time. However, the yang qi was extremely abundant. It flowed through the tunnel as if true qi was flowing through his meridians. Xianxia walked in the direction where the yang qi came from. It was very uncomfortable because he was only half as tall as a man, so he had to bend down and walk slowly. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they finally arrived at a large, spacious cave. However, the problem also came with it. There were 3 forks in the road, and yang qi gushed out from each of them, as if they were all sources. "What's going on here?" Xianxia spread out his divine sense, but it was blocked only a few meters away. He began to look around the small cave. Other than being a little bigger, it was no different from the tunnel. It was still very rough. There were also many broken stones scattered on the ground. He picked up a piece and crushed it into red powder. A wave of pure energy spread out. Fire Dragonstone Pishio. Could this place have been N or Vein? Xianxia was suddenly enlightened. No wonder the tunnel was so rough and had so many forks. If it was a fire dragonstone mine, it would make sense. However, the yang qi here was so abundant that it was not abandoned after being dug out. Furthermore, with such abundant yang qi, there was no need to set up a large formation to seal it. From the looks of it, the dazzling light origin convergence formation didn't seem to be absorbing yang qi. Instead, it seemed to be blocking the yang qi from surging upwards. Although it's the most yang qi in the world, there's something strange about it, the demonic dragon said. Xianxia chuckled and said, I don't believe that a mind can defy the heavens. He randomly chose one of the 3 passages and directly entered it. At the same time, Yunxiang, who was cultivating in the secret chamber, suddenly opened her eyes, and the strange phenomenon of her divine body disappeared. What a strong positive yang qi. Why did it suddenly become so dense? She was both surprised and happy. She felt the 9 yang genuine qi surging around her body. Under such an environment, she was growing by leaps and bounds, breaking through 1 star directly, and was still rising. Master once said that the progress of the 9 yang true qi cultivation method is extremely slow, but it is one of the most powerful cultivation methods in the world, and there are few who can match it in the same level. I must improve quickly so that I won't be a burden to Lord Cloudsky. One day, I want to become an existence as powerful as Master and be able to accompany by Lord Cloudsky's side. She once again entered a meditative state. The cultivation just now had given her a very wonderful state, as if she had integrated into heaven and earth, completely forgetting herself. The little green goblin wrapped around her arm slowly moved and fell off her body, retreating far away. He seemed to feel very uncomfortable with the positive yang energy. His whole body seemed to be a little listless, and the green on his body was not as bright as before, and it had become dull. A dark shadow appeared in the base of Team 8, moving quickly on the ground. The shadow circled around the small courtyard, as if it could not find its target. I say, weren't you called over by the captain? Why did you come here to drink with us? Don't mention it. We've all underestimated that guy. He's a true blue formation master. Liu gulped down a mouthful of wine, slightly suppressing his shock, and said, moreover, that brat has a precious treasure in his hands. Just the aura of that treasure alone is enough to make my heart palpitate in fear. I'm guessing that thing is most likely a 9th-tier profound armament. What? The newly arrived platoon leader has a 9th-tier profound armament. That's impossible. That kid is only 16 or 17 years old. How can he control such a precious treasure? Liu looked at everyone's eyes and felt the pleasure of exposing the truth. She snorted proudly. That's why that kid used the 9th-tier profound armament as a rod and kept knocking on the array, trying to find the entrance. Using a 9th-tier profound armament as a rod. Everyone's face was full of black lines, revealing very suspicious expressions. That place was originally a mine vein. Later, I heard that many people died, so it was sealed. It said that Commander Hao Lian also went down there before. Later on, he found a formation master without saying a word and set up a great formation to extract the yang qi. Hey! Do you think that kid destroyed the Grand Array? How would I know? Liu smiled bitterly. Since he's the captain, I don't have the right to interfere in this matter. However, that kid was indeed mysterious and gave people a very strange feeling. I advise you all to be honest. Even Vice Captain Zhou Xiang holds him in high regard. Humph! Praise my ass. He's just the son of an influential family with an extraordinary background. Otherwise, he would not have a 9th-tier profound armament on him. Damn it! Why don't I help him keep it, in case it's stolen? Are you crazy? Liu was shocked. How dare you say such things? Everyone also sighed endlessly. All kinds of suspicions and speculations were discussed one after another, and the more they talked, the more ridiculous they became. In the end, for some reason, they talked about women, and all kinds of cheerful and perverted laughter rang out. The shadow in the corner lost interest. Only then did it slowly move away, heading in the direction of the formation. In the underground compartment, the shadow gradually emerged and condensed into a man in a black robe. His eyes were shining with a brown light. It was Mr. Yu. His eyes flickered with a strange brown light as he stared at the hole that Yunxiao had knocked open and murmured. With such strong yang qi, no wonder the 9 yang body would choose to cultivate in such a place. It is indeed twice the effort with half the result. But no matter who you are, you have to die if you have the body of 9 yang. He turned into a black light and also burrowed into the hole. Yunxiao had been traveling for more than an hour, but he could not remember how many tunnels he had passed through, because he could not spread out his divine sense. He had to return to where he was when he encountered many dead ends. After digging for a long time, he finally saw that the tunnel was getting wider and wider. He could finally walk upright, and the various scenes in front of him also slowly became wider. The four walls had also changed from rough soil to natural rock, as if it was a natural underground cave. There's actually the sound of water? Xianxia looked around in surprise. It was like a large underground cave, and with water passing through it, it could form an independent environment. The yang qi is coming from up ahead. I'd like to see what kind of divine object it is. Xianxia flew forward at full speed, shuttling through the ground. As expected, he soon saw many plants that could only grow in low and dark environments, as well as some dark creatures. Suddenly, he saw a light in a cluster of grass. He walked up and saw the skeleton of a warrior. He didn't know how many years had passed, but it still hadn't rotted. The bone banner flickered with a jade-like light, and the grass in the surroundings seemed to be affected as well, growing more exuberantly than in other places. This person must have been an expert when he was alive. If he doesn't have some kind of divine body, he must have cultivated an extremely powerful body refining technique, Xianxia said in a deep voice. This was why the bone armor was able to remain undying in such a humid environment. This place is indeed not simple. He became more vigilant. He had thought that it was just a fire dragon mine. Now, it seemed that it was not as simple as he had imagined. It was estimated that the mine had come to this place, and many things had happened. In the end, it had been abandoned. As for the formation that young Emperor Hao Lian had set up, it was probably not to absorb the yang qi, but to suppress this place. After flying for some distance, the ground began to show signs of being man-made. It was like a river had opened up a crack in the ground, but the inside had long dried up. It was like a long dragon that led into the distance. Surging yang qi flowed within it, as if it was corporeal, and it would spread out from time to time. Finally, they reached the end of the crack. It was a huge formation. In the center of the formation was a transparent sphere. One could vaguely see the shadow of something inside, but it was difficult to penetrate it. The surging positive yang energy was being emitted from this transparent sphere. For towering pillars stood around the formation, red as blood. Upon closer inspection, there was actually someone sealed within the pillar. That person was not human but had the same body shape as a human, but the body was slightly different, especially the head, which had various strange images. The demon clan's sacrificial array. Xianxia was horrified. The demonic scene in front of him looked very much like the legendary array used by the demon race for sacrificial offerings. He had only read about it in some ancient books, but it only looked somewhat similar. Thousands of years ago, Gu Qingqing, the palace master of the Divine Cloud Palace, forced the demon tribe into the Five-Cloud Mountain by herself, and she set up the Five Elements Reversal Great Sealing Formation. For thousands of years, it was rare to see a powerful demon on the heavenly Martial continent. Some of them were the fish that had escaped the net back then, and they remained in various corners of the continent, rarely showing their true faces to people. Therefore, Xianxiao's understanding of the demon race was very limited. He only knew that thousands of years ago, it was a very prosperous race, stronger than human beings. However, Gu Qingqing was one of the few people in the history of the continent who was suspected to have reached the immortal state. In addition to the surging yang qi pouring out from the formation, it was also extremely strange. Xianxia rose into the air and looked down from the sky, only to find out in surprise that the man was a man of great strength. It turned out that there was more than one crack that led to this place. Around the formation, there were a total of 8 large cracks that had been excavated, forming a terrain that encompassed the universe. I understand. Xianxiao's face lit up with realization as he said, this formation of the demon race was originally meant to absorb the power of the universe in the universe and condense dragon qi. It seemed to be quite effective, but for some unknown reason, the powerful energy that had been condensed for countless years slowly dissipated and began to leak, resulting in the yang qi soaring to the sky. But I can still feel the aura of life in the transparent ball in the center of the formation, the demonic dragon said in a deep voice. He could be considered half a demon, and he was a descendant of a true dragon. He had a strong sense of everything. Even if he's not dead, I don't think he can be resurrected, Xianxia said. He can't be resurrected. With the passage of time, the living creature in this ball would eventually die from exhaustion of yang qi. I think it's very likely that a human expert discovered this place and forcibly reversed the flow of the terrain, causing the formation to dissipate in the opposite direction. The demonic dragon stared at the center of the sacrificial array and said in a deep voice, "What a pity! The being within the sphere must be a powerful descendant of the demon race. With the nourishment of the dragon chi, it's very likely that he'll reach the legendary immortal state, an existence like those great demons in ancient times. If that's the case, it's definitely not a good thing for mankind," Xianxia said with a smile. "It's not a good thing. Who knows when the humans will be the ones trapped under the five-cloud mountain." Suddenly, an ice-cold voice rang out in the darkness. It was filled with extreme shock and excitement. The days of humans being trapped in the five-cloud mountain are not far away. It's actually a sacrificial formation. The heavens are really helping me. Sage seal, boom! Mr. Yu's shadow appeared in the air, stretching out. He put his palms together and shot out a golden seal, pressing it toward Xianxia. Startled, Xianxia hurriedly turned his head. The entire underground space was blocked from divine sense, and he didn't even notice that someone was approaching from behind. By the time the other party spoke, the seal had already covered the entire space. There was no way to avoid it. Boundless heaven and earth. 6 paths reincarnation. Xianxia quickly performed an incantation gesture, leaving afterimages in his wake. His speed was several times faster than usual, and a heaven and earth seal emerged behind him as he launched it at the enemy. The 2 golden incantation seals continued to expand in the air and collided with each other. A violent spiritual pressure spread out, illuminating the entire underground space with a golden light. Besides, the difference in strength was obvious. Xianxia's heaven and earth seal soon dissipated, and the power of the other seal came crashing down without weakening at all. "Demonic sky armor!" he shouted, and black chi emerged around him, condensing into a solid armor that covered his body, blocking the power of the sage seal. His entire body was also struck by the impact and almost fell into the great sacrificial array. He didn't die. Mr. Yu was surprised. His eyes glowed brown, and his face was revealed under the darkness. Xianxia stared at him coldly and said, "Who are you?" Mr. Yu was also staring at him. The more he looked at him, the more shocked he became. He was only a 3-stars martial king, but his eyes were shooting out powerful martial will. He was not afraid of him, a martial emperor. Moreover, even an ordinary martial royal realm expert would not be able to withstand the blow of his seal, and there was not a single wound on his body. "Are you the divine body of 9 Yang?" Mr. Yu said coldly. His killing intent was getting stronger and stronger. It was almost tangible. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as well. "You know about the divine body of 9 Yang?" he asked. "You know about it?" It seemed that he was not an ordinary person. "State your name." Mr. Yu's face relaxed. He was finally at ease. A man with the 9 Yang body meant that he didn't have to worry too much. However, the killing intent on his body did not decrease in the slightest. He snorted coldly and said, "Why would a dying man know so much? I'm learning as long as I live," Xianxia said with a smile. "Can't you just satisfy my curiosity?" "No." "Kill him," Mr. Yu spat out coldly. The killing intent from his body condensed in the air and gradually turned into a terrifying arm covered in scales. The tip of the arm flickered with a dim light as it pointed at Xianxia. "Ramayana, how many people have you killed to have such a strong killing intent?" Xianxia cried out in surprise and anger. Mr. Yu's heart skipped a beat as well, and he said coldly, "So you know about Ramayan. It seems that you're not an ordinary person. In order to thank you for bringing me here, I've decided to grant you a quick death. God-killing finger. Exterminate." He raised his hand in the air and quickly pointed his index finger forward. The killing god's hand in the air also pointed down, and a terrifying killing intent spread out, suffocating the entire space. It was extremely oppressive and terrifying. The sacrificial array also seemed to have some subtle changes under this murderous aura, and the speed of the loss of yang qi gradually slowed. Yunxiao's pupils constricted slightly as the air around him began to spin under the circulation of his primordial qi. The killing intent that filled the entire space was blown away, forming a vacuum around him. It was as if his body was embedded with pearls and jades, shooting out rays of white light, like the sun shining through the dark clouds. His entire body was transparent. "I'll take the wind and cloud." A palm of wind and cloud condensed above the space that the white light shot open, resisting the killing god's finger. Mr. Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, and his face twisted. He screamed, "You're not the divine body of Nine Yang. Where's the divine body of Nine Yang?" He roared, his body trembling. "Was it a man or a woman? Hurry up and tell me." Boom! The two forces collided, and the phenomenon released by Yunxiao's divine body began to purify the killing intent one by one. The 24 moonlit bridges had the power of the moon pearl of the Eastern Sea. It could purify all negative energy and weaken the opponent to the greatest extent. However, even with the divine body phenomenon, the great wind cloud palm was still defeated by the killing god's finger and was soon scattered. The huge finger shadow fell down as if it wanted to kill all life. "Ha!" Yunxiao roared and threw out a punch. He was not using any powerful martial arts technique, but the Vajra punch that everyone knew. Boom! A huge murderous aura exploded in front of him, engulfing his entire body. He fell from the sky and fell to the ground far away. The purple-black killing intent condensed and did not dissipate, completely enveloping Yunxiao as if it was constantly devouring and corroding his body. "Mr. Yu regained his composure after a moment and looked down coldly. Sure enough, it was not as easy as he had imagined. The purplish-black killing aura quickly emitted white light and purified the killing aura in the surroundings. Yunxiao sat up from the ground, his body shining with a bright light. He raised his head and stared at the man coldly. "Your godly body is strong," Mr. Yu said slowly. "You can even purify my killing intent. However, I'm looking for the Nine Yang divine body. Can you tell me where that person is? I can spare your life. You're extremely young. It'll be a pity if you lose your life here. With your talent, you'll definitely be an overlord-like existence in the future." His face was hidden in the darkness and hard to recognize. However, from the ups and downs of his breathing, it was clear that he was holding back his emotions. With his status as a martial emperor, he should have been able to capture a mere martial king easily and interrogate him as he pleased. However, after 2 moves, he couldn't even hurt the other party at all, and he was about to explode from anger. Yunxiao stared at him coldly, feeling extremely depressed in his heart. The 2 moves that he had learned in his life, the Heaven and Earth Seal and the Great Wind and Cloud Palm, had killed many unparalleled overlords and martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens. But now, he couldn't even take 2 moves from a martial emperor. Although he wasn't injured, he was in a sorry state every time, and he had lost his demeanor. "If you don't act tough, we might be able to be friends," Yunxiao said with a sneer. "You're looking for death." Mr. Yu exploded, and his black robe was shattered by the force. It revealed a ferocious face, sharp ears, and an unusually demonic appearance. Furthermore, its arms were grayish-brown in color and had long white fur, making it look like a wild beast. "Demon race swan and I," Yunxiao said softly, not too surprised. When the other party said that the day that humans would be trapped in the 5-Cloud Mountain was not far away, he had already guessed it. The difference between the demon clan and the demon beasts was like the difference between humans and apes. Who knew how many years ago they might have had the same ancestor? Later on, one of them evolved and gained intelligence, becoming a monster race existence. "Since you're so insensible, I can only capture you and interrogate you personally, Mr. Yu said calmly. "As a martial king, it's a great honor for you to be able to see my true face." Yunxiao was a little speechless. "Will you die if you don't show off your superiority?" he asked. "I really don't understand what kind of superiority a demonic beast can have. If it were me, I would be too embarrassed to meet people. You're looking for death. Mr. Yu was so angry that all his hair stood up. The biggest taboo of the monster race was to be called a monster. It was like how humans were called hairless monkeys. Cross-shaped void slash. He crossed his arms and shot out 2 beams of energy. The energy tore through the air at an extremely fast speed and made an ear-piercing sound. Song of the Green Lotus Sword. A light flashed in Yunxiao's hand, and the purple shadow Xianxia sword appeared in his palm. After holding it, he swept it out, stirring up green lotuses that bloomed in the air one by one. But they were soon destroyed by the slash and came slashing at him. Puzzled, Yunxiao tapped his foot and instantly retreated more than 10 steps, avoiding the 2 slashes. The difference in cultivation between the two was too great. No matter how the other party attacked, he seemed unable to block it and had to avoid it, which made him extremely depressed. Moreover, the other party did not seem to be an ordinary martial royal realm powerhouse. He was definitely not as simple as he looked on the surface. Let's see how many you can dodge. Mr. Yu extended a finger and a white light grew bigger and bigger. He said, "Key, shoot at random." Dozens of attacks were shot out from the white light, filling the entire space. "Your sister," Yunxiao cursed as he performed an incantation gesture with one hand. The demonic sky armor materialized and condensed into a huge shadow in front of him, forming a layer of defense. Boom, boom, boom. The white light constantly penetrated the black demonic chi and hit the body of the armor, causing waves of spirit pressure to spread out like water ripples. Mr. Yu's pupils shrank and he said in shock, "It's a 9th rank armor, and it's made of demonic chi. Who are you?" His eyes revealed a greedy look. If it was an ordinary 9th tier profound armament, it might not even be able to enter his eyes. Hiding behind the armor, Yunxiao snorted coldly and said, "To be able to see this young master's true appearance, you didn't live your life in vain. Yet you're still so greedy as to ask for this young master's name." Mr. Yu almost spat out blood. He took out a small green sword, made a few hand seals, and shot it out. He said angrily, "Even if it's a 9th tier profound armament, what's the use of using it with your cultivation?" The small green sword seemed unremarkable. Even in the air, it was ordinary, and it struck with the white light. But Yunxiao's face changed drastically as he said in horror, "You also have a 9th tier profound armament." A martial emperor using a 9th tier profound armament and a martial king using it were 2 completely different concepts. The difference was like heaven and earth. The fluctuation of weapon rhythm that flickered on the small green sword made his heart jump with fear. Moreover, the fluctuation of energy on the small sword had completely locked him down, leaving him no way to escape. This time he didn't dare to be careless. Although a martial emperor couldn't fully exert the power of a 9th tier profound armament, Mr. Yu was obviously not a simple martial artist. From the fluctuations coming from the small sword, he could feel that at least half of its power had been activated by him. Based on this point alone, even if a martial supreme was here, he would not dare to take this sword head-on. Under the pressure of the 9th tier green sword, Yunxiao gave a loud cry, and a ring unfurled from his arm, then suddenly enlarged and rushed out. The heavenly spirit ring emitted beams of yellow light, shaking the void open and creating a void in front of Yunxiao, separating him from the small green sword. Whoosh! Yunxiao was overjoyed to see the small sword pierce through the void. He performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and the heavenly spirit ring shrank back into his wrist, forming a round wrist guard. Mr. Yu watched the green sword disappear into the void without any expression on his face. He snorted and said, "Childish." He changed his hand gesture and said sarcastically, "That tail-light sword is my intrinsic profound weapon, and it's linked to my life. Even if it's separated by an endless amount of time and space, it's still under my control." Yunxiao looked at his wrist in horror and felt a huge vibration coming from the heavenly spirit ring, as well as a sorrowful cry. He turned pale with fright and hurriedly undid his spirit ring, sending out a palm strike. Bang! A crisp cracking sound was heard. The 8th tier profound artifact, the heavenly spirit ring, actually exploded in the air. breaking into countless tiny pieces of metal, letting out a sorrowful cry in the air. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it gradually collapsed and finally disappeared in the air. The tail-light sword spun in the air and shot at Xianxia again. This time, Xianxia's scalp really went numb. Mr. Yu's control of 9th-tier mystic artifacts was far beyond his expectations. Although this strike was not as powerful as the martial emperor's punch back in Yanwu, it was not much weaker. He didn't dare to hold back any longer. The divine realm tablet shot out from between his eyebrows and shook toward the small sword. The spiritual energy in his body gushed out crazily, and the great realm divine technique circulated around his body. The two waves of territory power spread out like the laws of the world, pushing away the weapon intent on the tail-light sword and suppressing it. "What, Mr. Yu's expression changed. The weapon essence and pressure from the opponent's profound level weapon were not any weaker than his tail-light sword. What shocked him more was that the tail-light sword was being restrained and was rapidly consuming his mind. Every time it was activated, it was 100 times more difficult than before. Ripple Scamper activate. Mr. Yu's hands kept changing, and a strange spell was cast. A strange power spread out from his fingertips, filling the entire space. The surroundings began to distort greatly, and the space was squeezed toward the divine realm tablet, as if it was going to erase the profound level weapon from the space. Spiritual domain. Xianxia was taken aback, and his pupils quickly turned blood-red in horror. On the path of martial arts, a martial supreme of the 8 Desolation realm could form his own martial intent domain. Within the domain, there would be a venerable. It was the same for alchemy. The symbol of an 8th-tier supreme alchemist was the ability to spread out his domain with his mental power, which meant that the alchemist's soul power had reached the level where he could refine 8th-tier products. Mr. Yu opened his spiritual domain and was about to release the tablet into the void. In other words, the other party was at least an 8th-tier supreme alchemist. No wonder I've been feeling so strange. It turns out that your true strength is not that of a martial emperor, but an 8th-tier alchemist. For the first time, Xianxia felt great pressure. In terms of martial arts, the other party was stronger than him. In the Tao of Will, the other party was stronger than him. When it came to the control of a 9th-tier profound armament, the other party was still stronger than him. Since his rebirth, this was the first time that all his domains had been completely suppressed by the other party. Technique restriction. Xianxia's eyes burned with a towering fighting spirit. In his previous life, he was known as the #1 in spiritual attacks in the realm of heavenly martial arts. When had he ever allowed anyone to be presumptuous in this field? A raging battle intent shot out from his eyes, and the great expansion divine technique appeared in his sea of consciousness, transforming into soul power without end. The entire world turned blood-red at this moment, squeezing towards that distorted space, as if to smash the other party. At this moment, the divine realm tablet also shone with a golden light, pushing away the surrounding mental power and continuing to suppress the tail light sword. In fact, even if Xianxia had not made a move, the divine realm tablet had the earth of breath, which could stabilize the rivers, mountains, seas, and 9 continents. It was impossible for it to be dragged into the void turbulence by an 8th-tier alchemist with mental power. "Are you an alchemist too?" Mr. Yu was shocked, but then he said, "No wonder you have so many profound level weapons and treasures. Who is your master?" In his opinion, Xianxia's things must have been given to him by his master. Seeing that Xianxia was ignoring him, Mr. Yu became angry and snorted, "Since you're not willing to reveal your master's heritage, then I'll just kill you directly. Although your spiritual attack is very sharp, your level is too low. Do you think you can show off your skills in front of an expert?" Ripple rush. Break. The surrounding space changed, and Xianxia's blood-red world rapidly declined, pressing back into his eyes while his mind began to hurt violently. Under the huge spiritual pressure, not only was his sea of consciousness almost crushed, but his physical body also suffered a great impact at this moment. The supreme tyrant body was condensed, and his muscles bulged. His whole body seemed to be twice as strong as before, emitting a faint yellow light to resist the power. As if it was not enough, 24 moonlit bridges left his body and brightened the underground space as bright as day. Under the pressure of mental energy, a space was forcibly opened. Not only does he have a divine body, but he has also cultivated a body-refining technique. Mr. Yu's pupils contracted, and he said in surprise, "In addition to your cultivation in martial arts and sorcery, you're still young. My God! How can you have such monstrous talent?" His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, "It's a good thing I met you today. Otherwise, you'd be a great threat to my monster race in the future. Today, you shall die here and become the first withered bone in the revival of our demon race." His figure flickered as he rushed down, raised his fist, and punched at Xianxia. In addition to the surging demonic qi, the powerful pressure on the wind of the fist penetrated through the bone marrow, giving rise to an irresistible force. Within the same rank, it was almost impossible for humans to match demonic beasts. It was because of their powerful physical strength, which was dozens of times stronger than other martial artists of the same level. The monsters also inherited such strong physical strength. Mr. Yu's punch was so powerful that it almost shattered the space. Phew! Vajra fist! Xianxia roared and threw out a punch without any fancy moves. In this kind of confrontation, any martial technique was insignificant. In addition to absolute strength, it was also a competition of the various trump cards and the understanding of martial arts and techniques. Even the Vajra punch contained supreme martial intent Dao fruits when he used it. Boom! The two fists collided fiercely. Although they didn't come into contact, a black crack appeared between the fist wind and gradually spread out. The terrifying power that was emitted from it seemed to want to devour everything. The force of the collision of the two fists actually opened a spatial crack. Boom, boom, boom. The space around him was almost swallowed up by the crack, and Xianxia felt like his body was about to explode. The mighty body he was so proud of had been pushed to its limit by the punch, and it was about to collapse at any time. Mr. Yu's heart was filled with fear. He knew very well in his heart how powerful his punch was. Over the years, he had carried out all kinds of experiments, refined countless demonic beast bloodlines, and carried out continuous fusion and experiments. In the end, he performed some safe secret techniques on himself. His blood even had a power that was not inferior to the bloodline of a true dragon. With the strength of such a physical body, if the other party had the same cultivation base, he would definitely be smashed into pieces with a single punch. He would completely collapse in space, and it would be difficult to even retain his flesh. Such a powerful punch was actually received by the other party, and it was also received by relying on the physical body. How could he not be shocked? He broke out in a cold sweat. Finally, Xianxia could not hold on any longer. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and was thrown far away like a kite with a broken string. The divine realm tablet that was suppressing the taillight sword was also affected. It turned into a stream of light and chased after him, flying back to the space between his eyebrows. Mr. Yu waved his hand, and the tail-light sword flew into his palm. It instantly grew 30 times larger and turned into a 3-foot-long blade. Holding it in his hand, he walked step by step in the direction where Xianxia had fallen. His killing intent was extremely strong. The shock Xianxia had brought him was too strong. If he did not kill this man, he would not be able to sleep at night. He walked over with a few steps, but was stunned when he found that Xianxia was completely gone in the limited space. Only the divine realm tablet was left standing on the earth like a tombstone, with light flowing on it. Since his rebirth, he had escaped into the divine realm tablet during the first battle. At the moment, Xianxia was lying on Mount Inch, covered in blood and vomiting blood. Under the last punch, his overlord body almost collapsed, and his internal organs, limbs, and meridians were completely destroyed. If they didn't escape into the divine realm tablet, they would be completely dead. Fortunately, the nature-defying characteristics of the tyrant body allowed him to absorb a lot of the power from the other party's punch while he was being destroyed. He began to repair his body continuously. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, Evil Dragon's loud laughter could be heard. He seemed to be laughing very happily, and he felt like he was about to cry. His cultivation base, soul power, profound level weapons, and physical body were all suppressed by the other party. Ha ha ha. As a peerless martial sovereign, you've never had such an experience, have you? Ha 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 ha. The demonic dragon seemed to be very excited and kept laughing. Xianxia smiled wryly. If not for the Divine Realm tablet, which was a place to escape, he would have really died this time. With a thought, a trace of divine sense spread in the Divine Realm tablet. Duanyu, who had no idea where he was, opened his eyes slightly and said in surprise, "It's that powerful? All right, I'll meet this person." He stood up and waved his hand. An earth-shaking roar came over, and the sky flashed with the crackling sound of thunder. The dark thunder landed on the clouds and snuggled up next to him. His aura had obviously changed from before, and he was now on par with Duanyu. In the underground cave, Mr. Yu scanned every corner with great vigilance, but he could not find Xianxia's voice. He had a strange look on his face. Although the sacrificial array could shield divine sense, as an 8th-tier alchemist, he was not affected at all in this small space. However, he had searched every corner and could not find any aura. Finally, he turned his eyes back to the Divine Realm tablet and studied it carefully. Could it be that this jade tablet can also break open space and he's hiding in the void? Mr. Yu frowned and shook his head, mumbling to himself, "That's impossible. Even if he entered the void, he wouldn't be able to escape. I can't sense any coordinates. Could he have escaped into the jade tablet?" This thought gave him a fright. He didn't believe it. That's even more impossible. Other than the legendary Supreme Xian artifact, Noah's ship, no other Xian artifact can do this. He stared at the Divine Realm tablet and muttered to himself, "But why is the fluctuation of this profound artifact so strange? Well, since he has such a brilliant way of hiding himself, I'll take this profound level weapon first." It's not a loss. Mr. Yu reached out his hand and grabbed the jade tablet. This jade steel was definitely not inferior to his taillight sword, so he had been mentally prepared that it would not be so easy to collect it. However, the moment his palm touched the jade tablet, a bolt of lightning shot out, creating a powerful arc of lightning that flickered in the surroundings. His body went numb and he hurriedly withdrew his hand. Just as he was feeling surprised, a roar was heard. Then, a huge demonic beast flew out of the Divine Realm tablet and pounced on him. It's actually the beast taming steel. Mr. Yu's heart skipped a beat. He thought that the Divine Realm tablet was a profound level weapon that could contain demonic beasts, like those beast tamers. Although Dark Thunder was extremely violent, it did not panic at all. With a cold snort, it took a step forward and struck out with its palm. Boom! The Dark Thunder's thunderbolt was shattered by his palm power, turning into countless electric arcs that scattered in all directions. The Dark Thunder suffered a huge impact and was sent flying far away. White Flame Ghost Kill. 6 Extreme Halberd. A cold voice was heard. Under the heavenly halberd, a flame quickly appeared in the air and enveloped Mr. Yu. "You're Ing Luo." Mr. Yu was shocked. On the other side of the fire, an unfamiliar face was staring at him coldly. Under Duanyu's attack, the Blue Lotus Earth fire in the surroundings swept up and roared as it blasted forward. "What the hell is going on?" Mr. Yu calmed down immediately. With a cold look in his eyes, he swept his tail-light sword across, making an ear-piercing sound. The surrounding flames were all spread out and fell behind him. His killing intent was so strong that it was almost tangible, and it directly locked onto Duanyu. "Speak. Where are you from? Where's that young man?" The cold voice sent a chill down Duanyu's spine. The man in front of him was even more powerful than what Xianxia had said. Both he and Dark Thunder had used their most powerful moves, but the other party had only managed to neutralize them with a single move. They had no way of resisting. "Damn it! That brat screwed us over. What's the use of calling me out against such a powerful opponent?" Duanyu was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat when he sensed the almost tangible killing intent from the man. Moreover, the weapon essence that spread from the tail-light sword almost suffocated him. If the other party had slashed down, he would have died without a doubt. "Hee, you know the answer, but you still ask? You just can't believe it, right?" Duanyu answered carefully, cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Mr. Yu's expression changed drastically. He stared at the Divine Realm tablet and trembled all over. His chest heaved up and down violently. This is really a supreme-grade profound-level weapon. He was an 8th-tier great alchemist, so he naturally knew what a supreme-grade profound artifact meant and how valuable it was. In the mainland's records, only the unparalleled Martial Emperor had refined a super-grade profound-level weapon. Noah's ship. There are no other records of a super-grade profound-level weapon. How could there be one out of thin air? He was so shocked that his mind was in a daze, and he was a little dazed. Not to mention the powerful strength of the transcendent-grade profound-level weapon. The person who got it would be able to become a peerless master. Moreover, that kind of refining method was something that countless top alchemists would go crazy for. All of a sudden, Xianxia's face flashed on the Divine Realm tablet. His eyes turned into crescent moons, and his powerful spiritual power spread out. With a slight pull, he was about to suck Mr. Yu in. If he could pull the other party into the Divine Realm tablet, even a 9 heavens martial sovereign would have to kneel down. Mr. Yu's body trembled. He felt the space around him change drastically, and his body seemed to be pulled by a strong spiritual power. But he was an 8th-tier alchemist after all, and he immediately came to his senses after a brief moment of distraction. His surging soul power spread out and easily shook Xianxia's mental power away. He stopped in front of the Divine Realm tablet and was almost sucked in. A look of strong disappointment appeared on Xianxia's face, and he disappeared in a flash. Mr. Yu was so shocked that he was covered in cold sweat. Although he didn't know what would happen if he was sucked in, he couldn't predict what would happen if he was sucked in by a supreme-grade Shen artifact. He guessed that he would be killed. Just as he was in shock, a light flashed on the Divine Realm tablet, and a powerful force rushed out. Then, a fist the size of a casserole grew bigger and bigger in his eyes. Mr. Yu quickly threw out a punch, which collided with the stone beast's fist. Boom! Just as the stone beast revealed its entire body, one of its arms began to crack and shatter with a boom. Mr. Yu wasn't in a good state either. The punch came too suddenly, and he wasn't prepared for it at all. His body was also hit by the stone beast's tremendous force, and he was forced to retreat. His chi and blood were surging, and the smell of blood rushed up his throat. Boom! The stone beast's body came out of the Divine Realm tablet completely. It stomped on the ground, making a loud noise. His broken arm quickly reattached and returned to normal. He walked towards Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu felt a little dizzy. He had no idea how many powerful beings were in the Divine Realm tablet. Even a martial supreme like him would not be able to handle the endless stream of experts and demonic beasts. It's indeed a supreme-grade profound-level weapon. I must get it. He roared and charged forward. The sword light in his hand slashed out, and the sharp sword chi directly shattered the stone beasts that were coming at him. His body shuttled through, and his left hand conjured an art in the air. A huge golden seal was formed in his palm, and a strange demon character enlarged in the air and fell toward the Divine Realm tablet. All of a sudden, the red light on the steel glowed and a streak of true phoenix flame shot out. The entire underground space turned into a sea of fire in an instant. In the flames, a dragon shadow shuttled back and forth. It was actually a demonic dragon that had directly manifested. It used its 9th-tier power to form a sword technique to slay the demonic beast, slashing out with the phoenix flames. At the same time, he activated Earth Rhythm, and the gravity increased by tens of thousands of times. The entire underground cave began to show signs of collapse, and a large number of rock structures began to collapse. Mr. Yu was shocked. It was extremely difficult for him to operate his genuine chi under the 10,000 times gravity. The demon-killing sword and the godly fire made him feel scared. Clear Sky Technique, Sword 8. Rays of sword light appeared on the tail light sword and turned into light rings that spread out. In the end, the sword became bright, and the green light almost shot through the void, slashing down in front of him. Boom! The three forces collided with each other, and Mr. Yu's body was pushed back in the air. The sword chi from the tail light sword formed a pressure that isolated the demon slayer and the phoenix flames. Although he was not injured, it was still difficult for him to withstand the combined attack of the two forces. He was forced to fly back, and his body slammed heavily into the rock wall, blasting out a passage that was dozens of meters long. The demonic dragon returned to the divine realm tablet after the attack. Sitting cross-legged on Mount Inch, Xianxia suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face extremely pale. Just now, when he used the phoenix fire, even though he had taken a physical form, the difficulty of controlling it exceeded his imagination. All of his spirit power was completely exhausted. His physical body was destroyed. His soul power was exhausted. He was practically completely crippled. After the stone beast was destroyed, it reformed and walked towards Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu was stuck in the rock, and he didn't feel good either. Controlling a 9th-tier profound weapon was also beyond his ability, but he had always been cultivating with his life, so he was able to unleash a small portion of the Taillight Sword's power. He had thought that he would be invincible among those of the same rank, but he had suffered such a great loss at the hands of a martial king. Even though Mr. Yu's physical body was not injured, his yuan qi and soul power were greatly depleted, and his strength was rapidly decreasing. No! If this continues, I won't be able to open this sacrificial array. He was anxious and rushed out of the rock wall. His left hand quickly formed a seal, and a few rings of light flew out from his palm and covered the stone beast. Circles of light fell, completely binding the stone beast like a rope, making it unable to move. He could only let out angry roars, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Only Duanyu and Dark Thunder were left standing not far away, watching with cold sweat all over their bodies. They weren't like the stone beasts, who could resurrect infinitely. They would die completely after one death, so they didn't dare to move. Mister, Yu gave Duanyu a cold glance, then raised his sword and was about to slash it down. Duanyu was taken aback. He patted Dark Thunder, and the two of them rushed into the Divine Realm tablet at an unprecedented speed, disappearing with a flash of light. As if affected by Yunxiao's serious injury, the light on the Divine Realm tablet grew weaker and weaker, and it stood there quietly motionless. Mr. Yu's eyelids twitched, and he was furious. At this moment, he had used up most of his power, so he didn't dare to try to take the tablet again. Who knew what other powerful characters were hiding inside, and he wasn't sure about the chances of recapturing them. He had more important things to do with the remaining power. A look of reverence flashed across his face as he walked towards the sacrificial array. A purple light suddenly surged from the formation and formed a barrier, enveloping the entire formation and defending it. Mr. Yu paused, then became excited and mumbled to himself, "The Heaven Crystal Essence Barrier Xianxia is actually the legendary Heaven Crystal Essence Barrier. Which of our clan's almighty experts laid down this formation, and what is his intention?" He bit his finger and used his blood to draw runes on the purple barrier. Soon, his body began to glow with purple light and he finally integrated into the formation. The entire formation was less than 100 meters in radius. For majestic pillars stood at the four corners, and on them were carved all kinds of rare and exotic beasts, as well as strange-faced demon race people. Mr. Yu walked to one of the pillars and observed it carefully. There were a few demon characters on it which he could recognize. "It's actually the legendary great demon Wing of my clan." Mr. Yu's face paled, and he took a few steps back. The demon clan member in the pillar had a strange expression on his face. He was embedded in the pillar like an amber and had long lost his life. However, his majestic appearance could still show the aura he had when he was alive. Wing is a great demon from thousands of years ago. Why is it here? And why is it being sacrificed? Mr. Yu felt his throat was dry and thirsty, and it was hard for him to breathe. He came to another pillar. The demon inside was not as tall and burly as Wing. Instead, she was much smaller and seemed to be a female demon. Mr. Yu looked down at the carvings and words on the pillar and felt dizzy. He felt cold all over and murmured to himself, "It's another legendary demon Li." He didn't even dare to look at the other two, for fear that his heart wouldn't be able to take it. The so-called great demon was equivalent to a human almighty warrior, who had already stepped into the peak of the martial supreme realm. They were like the 10 great martial sovereigns of the human race, respected by all demons. He carefully walked to the center and looked at the transparent sphere floating in the air. It was constantly emitting strong positive yang qi. He could vaguely see a figure inside, but he could not see it clearly. Even his spiritual sense could not penetrate it. Gulp! Mr. Yu swallowed hard. He was so shocked that he couldn't think. He had no idea what was inside the sphere. What made him anxious was that this positive yang qi seemed to have been lost for many years. He didn't know if the thing inside was dead or alive. It seems that there's a problem with the formation. This place seems to be the earth vein of the universe, which should be the place where dragon qi is born. Why was it flowing in the opposite direction? It must be those damn humans. Mr. Yu gritted his teeth and said, "That must be it." They couldn't break the heaven crystal essence enchantment. So they thought of this method to make the power that they had gathered lose. It had been so many years, but the energy was still flowing out. Heavens! Before this, what kind of terrifying existence would the thing inside be? What's the situation now? Mr. Yu started to panic. Suddenly, he heard a weak voice from the barrier. Who was it? Who is it? He jumped in horror and hurriedly looked at the Divine Realm tablet outside, thinking that it was Xianxia again. Little did they know that Xianxia was so weak at the moment that he was quickly recuperating in the Divine Realm tablet. "It's me on your right. I'm Xianxia, Li Xianxia." Mr. Yu was shocked. He quickly looked at the smaller demon. The voice did seem to come from inside, but it was very weak. "How many years has it been? I finally met someone from my clan, but I don't have much strength left." "You listen well, Ingluo." The female monster called Li began to transmit her voice intermittently. Mr. Yu's face kept changing, from shock to horror, anger, joy, and finally to calm. Li seemed to have said too much in one breath. All of his power poured out and he fell silent again. After the shock, Mr. Yu fell into deep thought. After a while, he made up his mind. He began to sit cross-legged and his hands constantly changed spell gestures. Every time he performed it, it was very slow, as if he was very unfamiliar with it. However, his expression was unusually solemn and serious. Various demon race characters flashed from his body and flew out of the formation. The transparent sphere in the center gradually became bright, flashing and dimming. The yang qi began to gradually stop flowing. At the same time, the 4 pillars glowed with different lights. Like candles, they started to melt under Mr. Yu's spell. Mr. Yu's face was getting paler and paler. He was sweating, but he gritted his teeth and didn't dare to rest. Finally, the 4 pillars were completely melted. A strange aura spread out from the formation. The bodies of the 3 great demons appeared and fell to the ground. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. Li's body gradually sat down cross-legged, as if he could still regulate his breathing. Then, Mr. Yu took out a few glass containers which were filled with blood. He poured all of it into his mouth, and his whole body instantly turned red, as if he had obtained great power again. His eyes were full of excitement, and a large number of demon clan characters appeared around him again. He began to cast them on the transparent sphere in the center. The ball was also drawn by the force and began to melt. Every drop of the white liquid that fell to the ground made a sizzling sound and instantly evaporated, forming a gas that dispersed in the air. After an unknown period of time, the entire array turned white. A man's figure gradually appeared in the air. He was curled up like a baby, but that face was that of a young man around 20 years old. Mr. Yu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire body became extremely pale, as if he had suddenly aged several decades. His face was actually covered in wrinkles. At this moment, he was shocked to find that one of the 3 demon bodies that had been lying down in the white fog had sat up and was regulating his breathing like Li slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were dark purple-brown. She stared at the man in the center for a while and said slowly, "Take us away now. We've almost all used up our strength, and our cultivation levels have dropped beyond recognition." "Yes, Lord Li." Mr. Yu took out a large amount of pills again and poured them into his mouth like beans, forcing himself to stand up. He roared in a low voice as he circulated the last bit of his vital qi. Several strong winds formed around him, rolling up the man in the center and the 4 great demons in the pillar. They turned into a strong wind and flew out of the hole. The heavenly crystal barrier suddenly broke open at this moment. The white mist spread out and filled the entire cave. Inside the divine realm tablet on Mount Innerheart, Duanyu kept walking around Yunxiao and said in a flirtatious voice, "I won't be fooled by you again. If you encounter such a terrifying guy in the future, don't call me. You should have hidden in here earlier, and everything would have been fine. Just look at yourself. You almost died." Yunxiao opened his eyes and said angrily, "Can't you shut up? So much fucking nonsense. So annoying." With a wave of his hand, Duanyu was teleported to God knows where. In the divine realm tablet, Yunxiao's every move was the law of heaven and earth, and it could not be stopped. He raised his head with doubt in his eyes and muttered to himself, "Why is there no movement after so long? Could it be that that person would give up on this transcendent grade profound level weapon?" With his cultivation as an 8th-tier alchemist, even if he could not take it, he would at least try. Why didn't he feel anything? Could he have left? Suddenly, the stone beast's figure appeared in the sky. It had actually escaped from the light circle. Seeing that there was no one around, it had returned on its own. Yunxiao used his divine sense to communicate with the stone beast. Although the stone beast did not have much intelligence, Yunxiao could still learn the information in its mind. "What?" Yunxiao was taken aback. In a hurry, he appeared outside the divine realm tablet in a flash, only to see a white mist, and he could see no one in the entire underground cave. Moreover, the central sphere and the 4 pillars of the array had completely disappeared. Yunxiao had a bad feeling. The information he got from the stone beast's mind seemed to indicate that the demon in the sacrificial array was still alive. This information gave him a huge shock. Who knew how many years this formation had been in operation? How could there be any survivors? If that was the case, just how powerful was that person? "We're done for. The big demon has appeared. I'm afraid there's going to be big trouble at 5 Cloud Mountain." Yunxiao's face was filled with deep worry. "You don't have to worry too much," the demonic dragon said. "How many years has it been since the positive yang qi has been lost? It was already a miracle that those so-called great demons were still alive. Even if they did come back to life, their power would definitely have been exhausted. It's impossible to recover the power of a greater demon in this lifetime unless there's a great opportunity." After a pause, he continued, "Besides, there are many powerful cultivators in the human race. Even if they can recover their strength, a few powerful demons are nothing. The 10 great martial emperors are all more powerful than the great demons." Yunxiao thought for a moment and agreed. It did not seem to matter even if 10 real great demons were born, let alone a few great demons whose life and death were unknown. After he thought it through, he felt relieved. Suddenly, he frowned and said in surprise, "What is this white mist? Such pure energy." Yunxiao was overjoyed after the initial shock. It just so happened that he was covered in injuries, and he had encountered such a great tonic. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and circulated the qi creation technique to absorb it. Under the nourishment of the white mist, his body was quickly repaired. Luo Yunshang, who was cultivating in the base of Team 8, suddenly opened her eyes and frowned. She was in a mysterious state when she suddenly felt the power that was constantly pouring into her body disappear. It seemed to be a strange state of the 9-yang body. It was the first time she had come into contact with it, and she was shocked by its powerful strength. When she came back to her senses, she felt a burst of disappointment and pity. However, there was an extremely domineering force flowing through his meridians, which was different from the vital qi he had cultivated before. It was formed by the 9-yang body under that state. Could this be the 9-yang genuine qi? She was greatly surprised. Although she had been cultivating the 9-yang true technique, and the true qi flowing in her meridians had yang qi, it was only slightly more yang than ordinary vital qi. At this moment, The power flowing through her body made her feel that she was truly incomparably powerful, as if it was difficult for her to compete with those of the same level. With this 9 yang true qi, I won't have to worry about dragging young Master Yun down. After Yun Xiao came out of the cave, he was in high spirits. Not only had his injuries healed, but his cultivation base had also improved a lot. He was also having a great headache now. After the demon clan's formation was destroyed, there was no longer a trace of positive yang qi. How could he explain it to the alchemists? He had no choice but to force himself to think of an excuse. It's precisely because everyone relies on external forces to refine it that it's very difficult to achieve effective progress in strength. I thought about it for a whole night and used all my effort to break the energy returning formation and block the fire dragon vein. Although it will affect the quality of your products in the short term, only by tempering yourself like this can you achieve great progress. So that's how it is. I was wondering why my soul power didn't increase at all after I joined the rookie mercenary group. It's actually because of this. A third-tier alchemist looked enlightened, and he looked at Yun Xiao with gratitude in his eyes. Lu Xun was also extremely excited. He said with reverence, "Ever since Master Yun Xiao gave me a few pointers, I feel like I've touched the threshold of the 6th rank. Thank you, Master Yun Xiao. Everyone will listen to Master Yun Xiao's teachings and guidance. It will definitely not be wrong." That's right. The improvement in these 2 days is more than what I've achieved in 2 years. Everyone responded one after another, full of gratitude and admiration. En Ingluo. "Well, let's keep working hard," Yun Xiao said. "I still have something to deal with, so I'll take my leave first." He hurriedly broke away from the reverent gazes and jogged back to his room. He recalled the scene of his battle with that person in the underground space. The most depressing thing was that he still didn't know the other party's identity. He was struck by an idea and immediately turned into his soul form in the Divine Realm tablet to capture Gu Yuexing, Yi Xin, and the others for questioning. Only then did he confirm their identities. It turned out that they were the mysterious Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu's health is poor. The demon alchemist's health is poor. Hylene's health is poor. He strung them together and seemed to have some ideas. He muttered to himself, "That guy's body is unusually strong. Even a demonic beast that is known for its defense can't have such a strong body. It must have something to do with the way he refined his bloodline. The reason they wanted to snatch the sea forest was undoubtedly because they wanted the blood of the earth elephant in his body. This is going to be fun. He's also taken the bodies of those great demons. If he were to extract the blood and use it on himself, it would be even more troublesome the next time he met this person. Moreover, the secret of the Divine Realm tablet has also been discovered by this person. I wonder if he will spread it out." Just as Yun Xiao was feeling a little vexed and upset, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Captain, the captain of the Red Coat Mercenary Group wishes to see you." "The Red Coat Mercenary Group?" Yun Xiao frowned. Why did such a pink name sound like a woman's? Soon, he understood that this was a mercenary group formed by a woman. Moreover, she was a beautiful woman, a beauty that made his blood boil. A woman in red was sitting in front of Yun Xiao, and an indescribable scene that would be blocked once described appeared. It made Yun Xiao feel like his blood was surging up, and his nose was about to bleed. The girl who cries and takes the initiative to come to the door can circle the gentle song forest 2 times. Bin Jie's words before he left immediately emerged in Yun Xiao's mind. After becoming this ghost captain, he had never stopped killing. Now he was finally getting some returns. This was a piece of fat meat that had been delivered to his door. "Hello, fatty. What's the matter?" Yun Xiao tried his best to maintain his demeanor. He touched his nose to move the blood that had accumulated in it, so as not to vomit it out, which would be too embarrassing. Fatty meat. The beauty was stunned for a moment, and then her face darkened. She bit her red lips and stood up suddenly. She showed off her waist twice and approached step by step. "Do you see any fat on my body? Take a look for yourself. Where am I fat?" The fragrance had a hint of hallucinatory effect, and Yun Xiao naturally noticed it. But he seemed to enjoy it very much as he looked at the woman's figure with great pleasure. "I'm sorry, I let it slip. You're Ying Luo. The beauty seemed to be very confident in her appearance. She leaned over and said, I'm the leader of the Red Coat mercenary group. My name is Hong Yi. Hello, Red Team Leader. Ahem, it's improper for men and women to touch each other. Please remove your hand from my shoulder. Yunxiao coughed and reached out to grab her hand. Hong Yi laughed coquettishly and pulled her hand back. After performing a few dance moves, she sat back on the chair and smiled. Commander Yunxiao is only 16 or 17 years old. Yet he's actually so lecherous. He even wants to touch my sister's body? Yunxiao laughed. Sister? It's Auntie, right? Hong Yi's expression changed drastically, and her anger surged as she cursed. You little brat. You're saying that the grapes are sour when you can't eat them. She immediately laughed again and said, It's not that you won't be able to eat it, but I'm the exclusive property of your captain. Okay? Let's see if you have the guts to try it. Yunxiao laughed as well and said, Then how can I eat it? I seem to be very interested. Kiki. Hong Yi smiled dazzlingly and said, I heard that Captain Yunxiao is going to hold a heroes' assembly in the west of the city tomorrow? Yunxiao nodded. That's right. I've already spread the news. I wonder if Captain Red will come back to participate? Of course, Hong Yi said with a smile. In addition to your 3 mercenary groups, the forces in the west of the city are also quite powerful. My Red Coat mercenary group is one of them, so it's natural for us to participate in the Heroes' Assembly. But I'm very curious, what's the purpose of Captain Yunxiao holding this meeting? You'll know tomorrow, Captain Red, Yunxiao said. Hong Yi bit her red lips and slowly lifted her legs. She leaned back on the chair and said in a tender voice, Captain Yunxiao, you don't want to eat Big Sister anymore, Ying Luo? Gulp! Yunxiao swallowed and patted his forehead weakly as he said, Ani Hong, I can't take it if you keep doing this. Hong Yi looked angry, but she was still very happy about her charm. Her face gradually turned serious as she stared at Yunxiao and said, Captain Yunxiao, you're holding the Heroes' Assembly tomorrow. Are you going to reshuffle the forces in the west of the city? Yunxiao looked surprised as he checked if Hong Yi's chest was real. People said that women had big breasts but no brains, but this woman not only had brains, but she was even smarter than ordinary men. It seemed that her cultivation wasn't high, but to be able to be a regiment commander, she didn't rely on just her chest. Why do you say that, Auntie Hong? Don't call me Auntie, Hong Yi said angrily. I'm only 19 this year. Eft. Yunxiao finally coughed up blood. Not from his nose, but from his mouth. Hong Yi's face turned slightly red and she said angrily, I was 19 a few years ago, and I'm still young now. You have to call me sister. Yunxiao patted his chest to calm his qi and blood, then wiped his cold sweat and said, What exactly does Red Team Leader want? Just say it. Hong Yi's eyes narrowed, and the aura on her body suddenly changed from enchanting to cold, with a faint trace of killing intent. She said, I want to borrow your power to remove the 4 Extremes sect from the Gentle Song Forest. 4 Extremes sect? Yunxiao was taken aback as he looked at Hong Yi in surprise. The 4 Extremes sect was one of the members of the 7 great merchant alliances, and they were extremely powerful. She was just a small mercenary group, how could there be friction? The difference between the two was too great, and there was no possibility of contending at all. Hong Yi seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled sweetly. Her murderous aura became ambiguous again. She giggled and said, Captain Yunxiao, just agree to it. She acted coquettishly and said angrily, Besides, others may not know Captain Yunxiao's identity, but I know it very well. You also have a feud with the 4 Extremes sect, don't you, Lord Li Yunxiao, the city lord of Yanwu? Yunxiao's pupils dilated slightly, and a gust of cold air spread out, locking onto Hong Yi. Although his identity was not a secret, he did not like the situation where he was in the open while the other party was in the dark. Ayaya, is the Cloud Sky City Lord going to kill my sister? Hong Yi covered her face and smiled, looking extremely charming. Almost everyone in the world knew that Yunxiao had teased Tang Yuan in Mount Meru, causing him to burst his crotch and die a tragic death. Tang Yuan was the direct disciple of the Tang family, the biggest force in the 4 Extremes sect. He could not escape this hatred, but he had never been afraid. He seemed to enjoy this feeling and continued to show off her information. Although I know that Captain Cloud Sky is the famous city lord of Yanwu, I really don't know who the force behind the city lord is. He was actually able to get the support of Tianqin Martial Emperor Li Huaqi. TSK. I'm afraid that there are not many people in the heavenly martial realm who would dare to attack the city lord. Yunxiao's face gradually grew cold as he said, I don't like women who think they're smart. They're disgusting. Especially when this woman is already in her 70s or 80s. You coward! Hong Yi instantly trembled with anger. Women were most afraid of people calling them old, let alone a former beauty who was gradually aging. This had been the reason why Hong Yi could not sleep and eat in peace every day, and now that it was pointed out by Yunxiao, a venomous look flashed in her eyes. I'm your commander, Hao Lian's exclusive property. How dare you speak to me like this? I will definitely ask Commander Hao Lian to kill you. She was flustered and exasperated, and all the makeup on her face wrinkled up. Do you think a capable subordinate or an old and beautiful auntie is more important in his heart? Yunxiao sighed. I'm going to kill you. Hong Yi gave a furious roar as pink gas burst out of her 5 fingers, shuttling back and forth in the air and winding around Yunxiao like a rope. Pink bone corrosion explode. She clenched her fist, and the pink mist exploded and burrowed into Yunxiao's body like maggots attached to a bone. At this moment, she was so angry that she had already lost her mind. She had used her strongest killing move without any hesitation. Yunxiao stood there motionlessly. Black demonic energy gushed out of his body and devoured the pink gas. He stretched out his hand, and the phantom of the demonic sky armor appeared. No force could get close to him. So you are from the Empyrean 1 Pavilion. No wonder you have such a big conflict with the 4 Extremes sect. Yunxiao said indifferently with a smile in his eyes. Hong Yi's face changed drastically. Startled, she hurriedly dispersed the pink mist and looked at Yunxiao in horror. Only then did she understand that the other party was deliberately provoking her to find out her background. This Luo, was this person really a 16 or 17-year-old youth? Looking at Yunxiao's bright smile, he felt a chill in his heart. He'd been hiding in the soft song woodland for so many years and had never revealed his identity. He'd only been in contact with this person for a short time, but he'd already been dug out. Speak. We can deal with the 4 Extremes sect, but what price do you plan to pay? Yunxiao asked with a smile. The price? The 4 Extremes sect is your mortal enemy. If you don't kill them, they will kill you sooner or later. Even if you have Li Huaqi's protection, you may not be able to escape the pursuit of the 4 Extremes sect. This is for your own good. And you're still negotiating the price with me. Yunxiao waved his hand and said, I'm very annoyed talking to stupid women. Auntie Hong, I won't be seeing you out. Hong Yi was furious. She had never been so passive and at a disadvantage in a conversation. He had planned everything out before he came. With his charm, it would be easy to deal with a child. He didn't expect that he would become more and more passive and lose the position to speak. What do you want? Hong Yi was forced to compromise. Yunxiao stared at her and said coldly, It's not what I want, but what you want. I'll give you one more chance to speak. If I'm not satisfied with your answer, I won't send you off. Hong Yi felt very dizzy. For the first time, she doubted her own social skills and charm. She said in distress, All right then, we've received the latest news that the young master of the 4 Extremes sect, Tang Jie, is currently in the Lightsong woodland. The higher-ups have already given orders that we must capture Tang Jie alive no matter what. Even if the other party knows that it was done by us, we can't leave any evidence behind. She gave Yunxiao a look and said, And Captain Yunxiao, you're holding a gathering of mercenaries at this time. I'm guessing that you're going to reorganize the power structure in the west of the city. It was a good opportunity to deal with the 4 Extremes sect and capture Tang Jie alive. As for the reward, as long as it's not too excessive, I don't think our Empyrean 1 Pavilion will be stingy. After that, she looked at Yunxiao quietly. However, he didn't have any expression on his face. He was like a stubborn rock, and he felt a little uneasy and angry. Yunxiao finally smiled. Sister Hong, he said. It seems that not only did you not solve my problem, but you've also brought me great trouble. Tang Yuan was only a direct descendant. If he died, there was still room for reconciliation. Tang Jie is the young sect master. If he is killed by you, I will not rest until the four extreme sect is dead. Also, you captured the young sect master of one of the 7 merchant alliances, and you don't allow me to give you excessive rewards. This business is really good. TSK, Sister Hong. Su Lianyi really has bad taste for not promoting you to the Vice Pavilion Master of the Empyrean 1 Pavilion. Hong Yi's face was very red, and she said angrily, "What do you want in return?" She only felt that her conversation this time was a complete failure, and it was getting more and more out of hand. Yunxiao laughed. "Don't be nervous, Sister Hong. I won't ask you to be my exclusive sex slave. I don't have a hobby like sex. Your sect is at least one of the top 4 in the Merchant Union. Have you ever heard of the 9 evils spring water of the Netherworld?" The water of the Netherworld? Hong Yi was stunned. It's called the essence of all water, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Not bad. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said in a serious voice, "The reward is the water of the Netherworld." Hong Yi was silent for a while as if she was thinking and said, "I've only heard of this thing, but I'm not sure if Empyrean 1 Pavilion has it. I must report this matter to the higher-ups, and if possible, I'll inform Captain Yunxiao." "Sure," Yunxiao said, "but you'd better give me a reply as soon as possible. It won't be easy to make a move on the 4 extreme sect, even if it's just a small branch of the Gentle Song Forest." Hong Yi also knew the importance of the matter, so she left soon. She did not dare to show off in front of Yunxiao, for fear of humiliating herself. "It's very fragrant." As soon as Hong Yi left, Ding Ling rushed in with a resentful look on her face and her eyes swept around the room. "Oh?" Yunxiao wiped off his cold sweat and said, "The leader of a mercenary group came to talk business just now." "Serious business? What a fragrant business." Ding Ling sniffed a few times and snorted. "I just saw a coquettish woman leave. She looked very satisfied." "Captain Cloud Sky, you seem very powerful." She was extremely jealous and started to mock him. Yunxiao could not say anything, and the more he explained, the more troublesome it would be. "Humph, I'll be leaving first. Take care of yourself, Captain Cloud Sky. There are still girls lining up around the forest waiting for you." Seeing that he didn't say anything, Ding Ling was even more upset. She turned around and was about to leave. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Miss Ling, you should know a lot about the Merchant Union, right? I want to know about the grudges between the Empyrean 1 Pavilion and the 4 extreme sect." Ding Ling stopped, turned around and said in surprise, "That bitch is from the Merchant Union?" Yunxiao nodded and told him what had happened. Ding Ling was shocked and said in a hurry, "You must not." The strength of the 4 extreme sect was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. If young Master Yun had his previous strength, he naturally had nothing to fear. But Ing Luo, you've already gotten yourself into trouble by killing Tang Yuan. If you catch Tang Jie again, even if you regain your strength as a martial sovereign, they will still do their best to hunt you down. "Oh." Yunxiao listened carefully with an interested expression. Ding Ling said with a serious face, "The world knows that the business alliance is very strong. The reason they think so is that they are made up of the 7 council members of the business alliance, and have hundreds of chambers of commerce of all sizes under them. If such a force joined forces, it would be enough to contend with the 7 superpowers. However, I can say for sure that among the members of the Council of the 7 business unions, the Myriad Treasure Store, the Money Gang, the 4 Extreme Sect, and the Empyrean 1 Pavilion, any one of them is as powerful as the 7 superpowers." Her face was filled with desolation as she sighed. "Although they are all members of the Council of the 7 Great Business Alliances, the strength of these 4 chambers of commerce has far exceeded that of us 3. They call themselves the Core 4 Alliances and have already excluded the other 3 in their hearts. The reason they didn't reveal themselves was that they were disguised as a chamber of commerce, but they were actually no different from the 7 superpowers. In terms of strength, even Lord Gu Feiyang wouldn't dare to challenge the 7 superpowers. Yunxiao was also surprised. It's actually this powerful? He frowned and asked, then what grudges do the Empyrean One Pavilion have with the Four Extremes sect? Do you want to kill the young master? Ding Ling Er's eyes were shining as she said word by word. Because of the ship's key. Yunxiao's face flickered as he said in a deep voice, the legendary key that can be found and open Noah's ship? Wasn't that just a legend? Does the Merchant Union really have a key? That's right, Ding Ling Er said. The Merchant Union has the key all along. The four alliances will take turns to manage it, and each of them will keep it for a year. Yunxiao frowned and said, is something missing? Otherwise, with the ship key and the power of the Merchant Union, Noah's ship would have been found long ago. Not bad. Ding Ling Er showed a look of appreciation and said, because there are two keys in total, yin and yang. The one in the Merchant Union's hand was a yang key, so no matter how they studied it, they could not unlock its secrets. However, I heard a piece of news not long ago that the yin key has also appeared on the continent. I see. Yunxiao's heart trembled as he said, that's why it's very important to know who will be in charge of this yang key this year. With the power of the four alliances, it was possible to find the other key. If one of them gets Noah's ship, their overall strength will not only be enough to lead the Merchant Union, but even the 7 super forces will be a bit inferior. Young Master Yun, you're right, Ding Ling Er said. The yang key should have been given to the Four Extremes sect this year, and the Empyrean One Pavilion will be given it next year. I'm sure the Empyrean One Pavilion is going to seize the ship key at all costs. This is definitely not a good thing for the Merchant Union, she said worriedly. Noah's ship, Yunxiao muttered to himself. It was the only supreme-grade mystic artifact recorded in the history of the continent. However, from all aspects of the information, it seemed that it was not as good as his Divine Realm tablet. If someone knew that he had such a valuable treasure, he was afraid that a group of martial sovereigns would hunt him down every day. Ding Ling Er also thought of this, so she asked carefully, young Master Yun, where did you get that profound-level weapon? Could it be Noah's ship? She made a bold guess. Yunxiao shook his head with a wry smile and said, you wouldn't believe me even if I told you. I found it in the warehouse of the Li family of Tianshui. Ding Ling Er was stunned. This was too good of a luck. He could find a super-grade mystic weapon in a random warehouse. Yunxiao frowned and said, this is troublesome, so it's such an important matter. If I get involved, I'm likely to be crushed to death. He smacked his forehead and said in distress, I'm really too smart for my own good. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have exposed Hong Yi's identity. Now that Hong Yi's identity has been exposed to me, if I don't cooperate with them, I'm afraid the Empyrean One Pavilion will not let me go. If you piss me off, Empyrean One Pavilion and Four Extremes sect will be annihilated together, he said coldly. Ding Ling Er was shocked and frightened. She had also heard of Gu Feiyang's character. Back then, he had massacred one of the 7 major forces, the Red Moon City, and countless masters had been killed or injured. This caused the strength of the entire Red Moon City to fall to the bottom of the 7 major forces. As for the other sects, such as Baiming Xuanzong and Xinshao Palace, he had also gone through them alone. He was the kind of person who would kill one person every 10 steps and not leave a trace for 1,000 miles. Don't throw a tantrum. With your current strength, you can't even get rid of Empyrean One Pavilion and 4 extreme sex branches in the Gentle Song Forest. Let alone them. Let's think about how to deal with this. Ding Ling Er pouted and said angrily. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he suddenly laughed and said, I've thought it through. I'll follow the Empyrean One Pavilion's wishes and deal with the 4 extremes sect. What? Ding Ling Er was shocked. You'll get into big trouble. Yunxiao's face showed a touch of indifference as he said, they won't let me go after killing Tang Yuan. Besides, I'm also very interested in seeing what Noah's ship looks like. Ding Ling Er's face turned pale, and she said with difficulty, Young Master Yun, do you know what you're doing? With your previous strength, it wouldn't be a problem. But now, once Noah's ship appears, not only the business union, but the whole world will be shocked. If you get caught up in it, you'll just be cannon fodder. Humph. Yunxiao snorted. Even if they are cannon fodder, a few people will be killed. His eyes lit up as he said, Noah's ship has become a supreme-grade mystic artifact, and its refining method has always been the ultimate pursuit of all alchemists. I must get my hands on it, dismantle it, and figure out its refining method. Ding Ling Er's mouth was wide open, and she was completely stunned. They wanted to snatch Noah's ship to improve their strength and dominate a region. And he actually wanted to take it apart and study the refining method, Swan and I. The next day, the entire west side of the city began to become quiet. There was no usual hustle and bustle, and the road seemed a little cold and quiet, as if a storm was coming. The meeting was held in an open-air square in the west of the city. Due to the large number of people, the rookie mercenary group had come in early to maintain order. A large round table was set up in the center of the square, and many seats were scattered around it. From time to time, there would be people from mercenary groups entering. Only the leaders were allowed to sit, but they didn't dare to sit at the round table. Instead, they sat on the small chairs at the side. To everyone's horror, there were many people kneeling around the square. They were the members of the Storm mercenary group, led by Zhao Yu. They were all kneeling on the ground, their fates unknown. Zhao Yu's hair was disheveled and he looked dazed. His white clothes were dirty and gave off a foul smell. He was a 6-stars martial emperor, and he could be considered an expert anywhere. To actually receive such humiliation, it made one's heart turn cold. However, it also had an extremely strong intimidating effect. The heroes' assembly this time would not be simple. When the people from the Rainstorm mercenary group arrived, it would probably be another fierce battle. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. The leaders of these various mercenary groups quickly pondered in their hearts, thinking of an escape route later. Under everyone's drooling eyes, Hong Yi walked up with her chest puffed up. She walked straight to the round table and sat down. From time to time, she would make eyes at the various regiment commanders, making flirtatious gestures and sending them off. The entire venue was filled with spring. Isn't this Brother Zhao Yu? A man in gray walked in, surrounded by a crowd. When he saw the people kneeling in front of the venue, he was shocked and went forward to help Zhao Yu up. But the smile on his face did not fade. He said, Brother Zhao Yu, you're being too serious. We've known each other for many years. Although we have a deep relationship, there's no need to greet us with such a big ceremony. Brother Black Cloud, Zhou Xiang called out from a distance. He stepped forward to pull the dark clouds away and said with a smile, Brother Zhao Yu is now our rookie mercenary group's welcoming handsome man. The captain said that kneeling to welcome guests is a form of etiquette, a form of respect for the guests. It's only right, it's only right. Haha, I see. Dark Cloud laughed a few times, but his laughter sounded very dry. His eyes were filled with fear, a typical fake smile. He was the person in charge of the skeleton mercenary group in the west of the city. He had thought that there would be a big fight, but he had received orders from the higher-ups early in the morning to bide his time and let the rookie mercenary group cause trouble. This order had puzzled him for a long time. The intention of the rookie mercenary group was clearly to redivide the structure of the city's west. If they did not stand up now, the benefits they would get would be extremely limited. However, they did not dare to disobey the orders of their superiors and could only attend the meeting gloomily. He naturally sat down at the round table. Hong Yi quickly leaned over, and the two of them teased each other as if there was no one else around. Black Cloud thought that since he didn't have to do anything, it wouldn't be a bad idea to go back after some flirting. The two of them added a touch of spring to the oppressive atmosphere of the venue. The third person to sit at the large round table was a hunchbacked old man. He looked as if he would be blown away by the wind at any moment, the kind that would enter the coffin in the next second. With the help of a servant, he also sat at the round table. There was no nameplate on the round table, nor was there any restriction on the qualifications. It just sat there. However, those without a certain level of strength and confidence would not dare to sit on it. There were already many people sitting on the chairs around them, but there were still 3 lonely people in the center. Cough, cough. Xiao Luo, why are you here? Isn't this a mercenary group meeting? What's an old profiteer like you going to participate in? Xiao Luo's thin body turned around and she said hoarsely, "That's right. The rookie mercenary group's people surrounded our 10,000 treasures tower's front door for a day, saying that if I don't come, their people won't leave. How can this business continue?" Dark Cloud frowned and was extremely puzzled. The newbie mercenary group was going to start a war with all the other forces. They even dared to offend the Myriad Treasure Tower? What was going on? Could it be that young Emperor Hao Lian had advanced to the martial supreme realm? Even if he had succeeded, he shouldn't have been so reckless. Humph. So you're also like this. I thought only my money chamber of commerce would have such treatment. A man had appeared out of thin air beside the round table, and a copper ingot was staring at the table. He said with an unfriendly expression, "I heard that the newbie mercenary group has become so arrogant after changing their captain. Could the captain be a martial sovereign of the ninth heaven? Jingnan, you're here too? I can understand why Xiao Luo came over. After all, he's an old man and I can't beat him. You're a man and a martial emperor at that. How could you be threatened?" Hong Yi spat out a mouthful of orchids and smiled. "No one's better than you in bed. Why are you a good-for-nothing now?" Pa! The copper ingot in Jingnan's hand slammed directly into the table, his face alternating between red and white as he angrily said, "Hong Yi, shut your stinky mouth. Do you believe that I won't tear you apart right now?" Yi was still laughing non-stop and said disdainfully, "If you have the ability, go and find a man to fight with. He only knows how to bully a woman like me. He bullies me in bed and even bullies me outside the bed. What kind of ability is that?" "You!" Jingnan was so angry that his face turned red. He finally understood that he couldn't argue with a woman. If he continued, he was afraid that some more unpleasant words would come out. The other party was a shameless bitch, but he was the branch president of the Money Chamber of Commerce, who had a bright future. After thinking it through, he suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly sat down. Cough, ha, ha. Xiao Luo coughed and laughed, like a withered branch swaying in the wind, ready to break at any moment. She teased, "Jingnan, Yi is complimenting you. Ha ha. That's right, President Jingnan, when are we brothers going to have an exchange?" An unfamiliar voice rang out in the public square. A purple light flashed down, and a man with upside-down hair and large earrings appeared beside Jingnan, sitting down. It was the person in charge of the Four Extremes sex branch, Song Xiong. "Humph!" Dark Cloud snorted. "Is this a gathering of the mercenaries or a meeting of the merchant union? Who is this?" It seemed that he was very impatient. "Is it because the welcoming men I prepared didn't serve everyone well and don't suit your appetite?" Yunxiao's voice suddenly rang out in the square. Everyone's eyes looked to the side of the square and immediately made way for him. They all wanted to see what the new captain of the rookie mercenary group, who had caused an uproar these few days, looked like. With one look, everyone was stunned. It was actually a 16 or 17-year-old child. Although he had heard about it, he was still shocked when he saw it. Bin Jie, who was standing next to Yunxiao, had a bitter look on his face. He had barely escaped from the Devil's Den and had even gone out to celebrate. But the next day, he had received an order from Hai Beifei and was transferred here. There was also Ding Ling and a woman who looked like a young woman. The two of them were holding hands and seemed to have a good conversation. The young woman was the person in charge of the branch of the Empyrean One Pavilion, Shen Li. When Dark Cloud saw Yunxiao staring at him, he was startled for no reason, and a chill rushed into his body. He was shocked. He was a martial emperor, so how could he be frightened by a martial king? Besides, the meaning of Yunxiao's words was also very obvious. He had specifically mentioned the beautiful man to let people know that if they were not convinced, they could kneel down and greet the guests. He thought of the order from above and the cold gazes that were staring at him from all directions. He couldn't help but feel scared. He had come alone this time, and he was obviously surrounded by the rookie mercenary group. Although he was a martial emperor, he still lowered his proud head and did not dare to look Yunxiao in the eye. When Dark Cloud lowered his head, everyone's hearts trembled. The reason why there was no order in the west of the city was because of the mutual restraint between the three major mercenary groups, which gave them a large living space. If one of the mercenary groups became stronger and completely suppressed the other two, it was something that none of the mercenary groups wanted to see. However, the leaders of the other two mercenary groups in the city's west, one of them had lowered his noble head, while the other was kneeling in the square to welcome the guests. It was as if everyone was seeing a future that they were extremely unwilling to see. Yunxiao looked at the center of the square and saw that 3 more men had appeared at the round table. Each of them was silent, and there was a very strong sense of viciousness around them. Only those who had been killing on the edge of life and death for a long time could have such a soul-shaking aura. They were the Hunter Mercenary Group, the Pie Mercenary Group, and the Frog Mercenary Group. They were all famous in the west of the city. Not only were they the leaders, but there were also many martial emperors in their group. More than half of the cultivators were sitting on the scattered rows of chairs around the round table, each of them breathing heavily and their expressions not too good. There were some who were whispering to each other, but they all had cold and serious expressions. The atmosphere in the square was very heavy, but Yunxiao looked relaxed under the eyes of thousands of people. He walked straight to the round table and sat down, almost humming a song. Xiao Luo and Jingnan, who was beside her, exchanged a look and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. In such a harsh environment, which mercenary group leader wouldn't be sweating? Even veterans like them, as well as the elders of the Chamber of Commerce who weren't very close to him, felt extremely depressed and uncomfortable. However, this 16 or 17-year-old child was actually able to walk through it so easily, as if no one was there. This kind of indifference and unaffected mind was definitely not only related to cultivation. He must have been in a high position for a long time to produce such a temperament. For a time, everyone was guessing the identity of this new brigade leader. Binjie, Zhou Shunli, and Dingling also sat down on both sides, filling up the large round table as if they had already calculated the number of people. A sharp light flashed in Xiao Luo's cloudy eyes, and he looked at Dingling. He said in surprise, "Could this little girl be the famous Miss Dingling?" Several people in the Merchant Union fixed their eyes on Dingling with surprise and contemplation on their faces. They didn't understand why a big shot of Tianyuan Trading Company would appear here. Although Tianyuan Trading Company had declined, its reputation was still there. In terms of status, Dingling was much better than them. Xinli seemed to be very kind. She held Dingling hand and smiled at everyone. "Little sister Ling is a good friend of Captain Cloud Sky, and she's only here to play." "Hee. So you're just here to play?" Xiao Luo said lazily, as if she had suddenly realized something. He especially emphasized the word purely. Although Dingling status was very high, the core members of the 4 alliances didn't care about the other chambers of commerce at all. The rest of the people also had looks of disbelief and contempt on their faces, but they were also vigilant. The gathering of the mercenaries was supposed to be a redistribution of interests, which had little to do with the interests of the Merchant Union. But now there was one more member of the Merchant Union, and he was a big shot at that. This made the faces of the 4 leaders of the Merchant Union turn ugly. Even Xunli, who had a kind smile on her face, had a cold glint in her eyes. Song Xiong chuckled in a strange voice. "The 2 meetings of the Merchant Union are about to begin. Why is Miss Ling in the mood to travel instead of cultivating in seclusion?" Before Dingling could speak, Yunxiao frowned and said, "What does this have to do with you? You're just a branch manager, and to put it bluntly, you're also a piece of trash. Why do you care about an event that high-level people like the 2 associations of the Merchant Union participate in?" Song Xiong was stunned. He was just casually speaking. How could he be retorted by the other party? Even the rest of the people looked at each other, not understanding why Yunxiao had lost his temper. "What?" Yunxiao continued leisurely. "Are you not convinced that you are a piece of trash, and you want to get into the top management? Is it Tang Dingtian who's supporting you? Or are you trying to overthrow the core power of the 4 extreme sect? You're so silly." Song Xiong jumped up from his chair in shock and said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Be careful of trouble coming from your mouth." The smile on Shun Li's face did not fade, as if nothing had happened. Hong Yi, on the other hand, gently revealed a charming smile. The others were all frowning, somewhat unsure of the direction of the wind. Yunxiao's idea was simple. Since he had decided to destroy the Four Extremes sect, he would just go straight to the point. In this kind of thing, it was still a competition of fist size. Schemes, tricks, nonsense, and strategies were all small tricks. Therefore, a cold expression appeared on his face as he said in a cold voice, "Trouble comes from the mouth? I really want to see how a piece of trash like you can make me get into trouble. It's good to move around before the meeting." Yunxiao stood up from his chair. His bones crackled under the circulation of his primordial qi, and his aura gradually dispersed. He was really going to fight. The surrounding people were all stunned. What was this kid thinking? He hadn't even finished his business, and he had already offended the Four Extremes sect. Song Xiong's expression changed drastically. The Four Extremes sect was an extremely powerful existence in the entire heavenly martial continent. Which sect would dare to not give them some face? The rookie mercenary group was the dominator of the terrain in the light-singing forest. But in the heavenly martial arts realm, they were nothing. The captain of such a useless group of losers actually wanted to deal with him for no reason. A strong killing intent gushed out of his body as he stared at Yunxiao with fire spewing out of his eyes. He couldn't understand how he had become a target. Could it be that the other party was really a lunatic, the kind that would deal with whoever he didn't like? He wouldn't believe this even if he was beaten to death. If he was really such a reckless lunatic, how could he have become the leader of Team 8? Could it be that they are targeting our Four Extremes sect? When he thought of this, his heart trembled. He glanced at Xunli, who was standing beside Ding Ling. Xunli was still calm, but she took out a bronze mirror and started to touch up her makeup, suppressing the anger in his heart. Song Xiong's killing intent dissipated and he said, "Captain Yunxiao, please calm down. I was rash just now. Don't delay the gathering of the mercenaries because of me." Whoosh! This time, a large number of them fainted, not understanding why Song Xiong had given in. This wasn't usually the case, so why did it seem like everyone had changed today? Yunxiao frowned. He had also caught Song Xiong's gaze when he glanced at Xunli. It seemed that he had begun to suspect something and had some concerns. It seemed that it was very likely that Tang Jie was in the Lightsong woodland, which made him hold back his anger. However, he still sneered in his heart. "Since I've made up my mind to deal with you guys, I'll break your shell even if it's a ninja turtle." He revealed an overbearing expression and snorted coldly. "Your father wants to flatten you with your current appearance. This table is very crowded, and there are still many seats beside it. I'll have to trouble you to move a little so that you don't block my view." Song Xiong trembled with anger as he stared at Yunxiao. Then, without saying a word, he stood up and found a seat next to him. Whoosh! This caused everyone's hearts to tremble even more. Even though the Four Extremes sect was only a merchant association, it had a high status in the Lightsong Forest and had many experts. Usually, the leaders of the three mercenary groups would be very polite to them. But now they were being scolded by a young man, and they even obediently moved their seats. This Wufu, this time, completely destroyed his three views. Everyone's heart turned cold. Who was this young man? Yunxiao's heart jolted. It seemed that the Ninja Turtle had decided to endure it to the end. He frowned and said, "Humph. I'll let you off for today, Ninja Turtle. Don't let me see you in the Gentle Song Forest again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you." Song Xiong looked at the surprised and disdainful gazes around him and was so angry that blood rushed to his head. He was about to go berserk. However, when he thought of the current situation, he dug his fingernails into his flesh, and his fists were covered in blood, but he still did not say a word. Song Xiong's behavior, as well as Dark Cloud's attitude in the beginning, made the hearts of the surrounding mercenary group leaders sink. There must have been information that they had not been able to obtain. This information had forced the skeleton mercenaries and the Four Extremes sect to give in to this young man. This thought not only spread in the minds of the major mercenary groups, but even Chao Luo and Jingnan were shocked and found it extremely difficult to understand. It was only then that Yunxiao let Zhang Xiong go for the time being. He looked around and leaned lazily on the chair as he said, "Zhou Xiang, please register the names of these mercenary groups that have come. Those who didn't come don't need to appear in the city's west anymore." Voila, there was another uproar in the surroundings. Was this a death sentence for the other mercenary groups? Did he really think he was the king of the forest, the king of mercenaries? However, most of them were secretly happy. Although they didn't know how much weight these words carried, at least those who didn't come would definitely not have a good time. They were all glad that they came. Yunxiao continued, "I've gathered everyone here this time because the west of the city is too chaotic. I've just been appointed as the captain of the 8th team, and I don't like this place. That's why I called everyone here to discuss and redistribute the benefits. Then we'll come up with a rule together." The main topic was finally here. Everyone held their breath and looked at him quietly. Dark Cloud could not help but ask, "Redistribute the benefits?" Humph. Captain Cloud Sky's words are really simple. Everyone's face revealed an unfriendly expression. The reason why so many people died every day in the west of the city was because of various benefits. Now that they were going to redivide it, they would have to hand over the things that they had obtained with great difficulty. Moreover, this new division was proposed by the rookie mercenary group, so the plan was self-evident. They and the mercenary group that was friendly to them would definitely have great benefits. Hong Yi's expression also turned serious. "I wonder how the profit division that Captain Yunxiao mentioned is going to be divided?" Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's very simple. For example, the mercenary groups that didn't come today didn't need to exist. All of their benefits in the west of the city will be emptied out, so we can just split it up." This time, everyone was stunned. No one objected to this suggestion, and they were all very happy. Those who didn't come had quite a few powerful mercenary groups, and the benefits were extremely rich. "That's it." Hong Yi was stunned. "Of course not," Yunxiao said. "And everyone here. There are many cases where the distribution of benefits is unfair, so I think there's a need to redraw it." Everyone's heart trembled. When they heard that their interests were at stake, their expressions changed greatly. Especially those forces that had always been at odds with the rookie mercenary groups, they all had fierce gazes. Pa! The leader of the Pi mercenaries, Ouyang Zi, slammed the table and stood up. He said angrily, "You little brat, you want to redraw it? Who the hell are you?" The benefits were all fought for by his brothers. How are we going to explain this to our brothers if you just decide to redivide it? Not bad. If they want to touch us for immediate benefits, they'll have to get young Emperor Hao Lian to come and talk to us personally. Those mercenary groups that were not on good terms with each other started to support him. "It seems that everyone is very excited," Yunxiao said with a smile. "You're Ouyang Zi, right? You manage 5 gambling houses and 3 brothels in the west of the city, and your Pi mercenary group only accepts some dangerous people. Including killing people, your annual profit is about 5 million mid-grade primordial stones. Am I right?" "Humph. So what if I do?" Ouyang Zi's face was twisted and he looked fierce. He had to muster his courage at this moment, or he would really be taken down by the other party. However, his heart was still beating like a drum. After all, the strength of the rookie mercenary group was too strong. Any one of the 8 teams could destroy him. "It's nothing," Yunxiao said with a smile. "You don't have to do these things anymore. I'll leave it to the Hunter Mercenary Corps." "What? Brat, you're nothing," Ouyang Zi roared in anger. "You want to hand it over just like that? You really think you're a big shot?" These people were usually thugs who killed without blinking. Yunxiao was only a martial king, and he had long been an eyesore for being arrogant for so long. When he unleashed his strength as a 5-stars martial emperor, he suppressed Yunxiao, and he could kill him at any time. Zhou Xiang's face flickered, and he released his aura to push back Ouyang Zi's pressure, so that Yunxiao would not be affected. "Don't be so excited, Mr. Ouyang," Yunxiao said with a smile. "We can talk about it later. This time, other than the division of benefits, we'll also have to set up some new rules." He waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately took out a dozen materials and began to distribute them to each person. Everyone only took one look and was burning with anger. The material they grabbed was almost burned, and all kinds of cold snorts kept ringing out. Everyone at the round table threw it on the table after a glance. Even Hong Yi's expression wasn't too good. Dark Cloud finally couldn't help but sneer. "Captain Yun Xiao, you're really talented." The first rule was that the newbie mercenary group would be in charge of the west side of the city, and they would be in charge of all the mercenary groups and major affairs. "You newbie mercenaries are really going to be the kings of the Light Song Forest." Yun Xiao smiled as he stared at him coldly and said, "Mr. Wu, you're so excited and awesome. Does your Mr. Yu know you're so excited and awesome?" Upon hearing Mr. Yu's name, Black Cloud's face suddenly changed, turning purple and blue like a frosted eggplant. He gritted his teeth and sat back down. This made everyone even more uneasy. The only two mercenary groups that could compete with the rookie mercenary group were silent and kneeling. All of them were anxious. Why hadn't the Storm mercenary group sent anyone to cause trouble? A martial royal realm expert had knelt in the square for so long. Wasn't he embarrassed? Weren't they usually very powerful and always tried to get close to rookie mercenary groups? How come I can't see him now? "Captain Yun Xiao, you're indeed young and promising." The west of the city had been in chaos for so many years, and it would take a long time to change. If he set the rules for no reason, his brothers would probably not be able to adapt. "Do Commander Hao Lian and Commander Hai know about today's matter?" The Frog mercenary group's leader, Jia Xiaobai, also opened his mouth. From the current situation, the Skeleton mercenary group seemed to have some hidden agenda and couldn't come out, and the Rainstorm mercenary group also didn't know what they were planning. Just relying on the Pi mercenary group's Ouyang Zi wasn't enough. Although he hadn't offended the rookie mercenary group, he hadn't really won their favor either. He might not have a share in this cake if they redivided it. If he didn't say anything, it would be troublesome. Moreover, his intention was very obvious. He wanted to know if it was Yun Xiao's own idea or the rookie mercenary group's. If it was the former, it would be nonsense. If it was the latter, he had to consider it carefully. Perhaps a big change was really coming. Yun Xiao smiled and said, You're right, Commander Jia." Just like them, they kneeled there to welcome the guests. At first, they were not used to it, but now they had gotten used to it. Getting used to this thing, it would be better after the first time. "As for who is behind this meeting, you're all small fries. Do you need to know so much?" Savage. The unparalleled savagery and contempt made everyone's heart burst with fire. They were so angry that their bones cracked. This was an undisguised contempt for everyone. People wanted face and trees wanted bark. No one could stand looking down on everyone in front of everyone. "Ha ha ha. The noob mercenary group is indeed amazing." Jia Xiaobai was so angry that he laughed. He slammed the table, stood up, and walked out of the square. He snorted, "I'm very busy. I don't have time to play with you." Yun Xiao looked at his back and said softly, "Stop them." Although his voice was soft, everyone who heard it felt their hearts skip a beat and became extremely nervous. Bin Jie frowned. He was also very puzzled by Yun Xiao's behavior, but he still sighed and made his move. The rules of the newbie mercenary group were that orders were like mountains. The lower-level members could question or be angry, but they could not disobey. Jia Xiaobai had also been on guard. As soon as Yun Xiao's words came out, he felt a strong wind coming from behind him. With a loud cry, he turned around and slashed down with the Overlord's steel saber. Clang Bin Jie gently appeared in front of him, and two of his fingers easily pinched the blade. No matter how hard Jia Xiaobai tried, he was unable to shake it. "Captain Bin, your rookie mercenary group is going to become the public enemy of the entire Light Song Forest." Jia Xiaobai's face turned red as he roared. A few men rushed into the square from all sides, and all of them picked up their weapons. They stood beside Jia Xiaobai and surrounded Bin Jie. They were also members of Jia Xiaobai's mercenary group, and their cultivation levels were all martial emperors. No wonder Jia Xiaobai had the courage to sit directly at the round table. Bin Jie sighed and said, "Let's put down our weapons. Isn't it good to unify the gentle song forest? We don't have to scheme all day long. At least, there are unified rules in the city, so we don't have to worry about losing our lives at any time." "Humph. Of course it's good to unify the forest, but can that kid do it? Jia Xiaobai said disdainfully. If Commander Hao Lian had succeeded in breaking through to the martial supreme realm and said these words to everyone, I, Jia Xiaobai, would be the first to stand up and agree. However, he was only a martial king. Humph. I'm not convinced. Bin Jie also had the same thoughts. If he wanted to unify the west of the city and even the Gentle Song Forest, it was impossible without the strength to make people submit. Haha, I thought it was a gathering of the mercenaries. It turns out that it's just a little kid messing around here. A sneer came from the sky, and soon a few figures appeared in the air. The leader of the group was Wu Wei of the Storm Mercenary Group. He had a sinister look on his face and a cold smile appeared on his face. Phew! It's finally here. All of the mercenary groups heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Rainstorm Mercenary Group was nothing, they seemed to have become their saviors. When they saw them, they were touched. Sir Wu, Ouyang felt as if he had met his savior and was about to be excited beyond words. The aura on his body was even more monstrous, and he desperately pressed towards Zhou Xiang, wanting to show that he was working hard. Yun Xiao looked up and leaned lazily on the chair as he chuckled and said, Why don't you walk over from below? Are you afraid that you'll be embarrassed if you see our pretty man? Wu Wei's expression changed and he became furious. He shouted at the people below, Zhao Yu! He focused his voice into a line and directly struck down with the power of a Dao. He wanted to wake up the absent-minded members of the Storm Mercenary Group. This shout was so powerful that even the air could see the aftermath of it. It pushed back the surrounding air, and an invisible force faintly shook the sky. Eft! Eft! Not only did his shout not wake anyone up, but it also shattered the hearts of some of the weaker members of the Storm Mercenary Corps. They vomited blood and died on the spot, falling to the ground. Zhao Yu's 5 eyes were bleeding, but his turbid eyes opened at this moment, shooting out a bright light. Bastard! I'm going to kill you! Zhao Yu shot up from the ground in an instant and rushed at Yun Xiao, his body glowing brightly. The boundless humiliation had made him lose all ability to think, and the only obsession in his heart was to tear Yun Xiao into pieces. No one dared to block the reckless outburst of a 6-stars martial emperor. Bin Jie hurriedly let go of Jia Xiaobai's overlord steel saber and was about to intercept. Suddenly, a murderous aura fell and frightened him. Wu Wei's cold face appeared in front of him, revealing a sneer. Both of them were 9-stars martial emperors, and there was not much difference in their strength. It was impossible for them to divert their attention to other things while restraining each other. Zhou Xiang, who was sitting at the round table, stood up with a serious look on his face. Zhao Yu had already beaten him by 1 star, and now that he was charging at him in a frenzy, he was not someone he could block. But at this moment, he could only brace himself and face it. Get out of the way! Yun Xiao's faint voice rang out. Zhou Xiang turned his head and was taken aback when he saw a sword slowly emerge in Yun Xiao's right hand, its surface flickering with purple and green colors, and a vague dragon shape. What does he want to do? Not only Zhou Xiang, but everyone else was also confused. Was he going to do it himself? The illogical thought was immediately eliminated, but Yun Xiao pushed Zhou Xiang away and went up to him, causing everyone to open their mouths and feel a little dumbfounded. This kid was really crazy. No wonder he would make such a nonsensical move today. Furthermore, he had already lost his mind to the point of no return. The power of a 5-stars martial king flashed around Yun Xiao's body, while his opponent was, or rather, a 6-stars martial emperor, Lao Ai. He didn't expect this nonsensical farce to end like this. Everyone was a little stunned and could not recover from the shock, but they were still overjoyed, waiting for Yun Xiao to be killed. Sword Technique Demon Slaying. The purple Shadow Qing Sua sword was raised and a dragon roar reverberated through the entire square. A sword spirit? Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with horror. Under the attack, the shadow of a dragon roared out of the sword chi. That vivid expression and the way it bared its fangs and brandished its claws was definitely not a manifestation of sword chi, but a real sword spirit. Only profound armaments of the 8th tier and above could possibly give birth to a sword spirit. Boom! Zhao Yu's heavenly wind technique was completely devoured by the sword energy. The overbearing demon-slaying power rushed into every pore on his body without restraint, cutting his body. No! Zhao Yu roared in the air, unwilling to give up. His entire body suddenly collapsed and turned into dust. The entire square was eerily silent. Other than the cold wind blowing, there was no other sound. Except for Ding Ling and Yunxiao himself, everyone's brains short-circuited, and they could not think. The scene in front of them had completely overturned their common sense, so much so that it looked so unreal. Many of them rubbed their eyes, rubbed their eyes, rubbed their eyes, and rubbed their kasayas. Finally, they sucked in a breath of cold air and their faces turned as pale as paper. They felt cold all over. A 5-stars martial king had killed a 6-stars martial emperor with a single sword strike, leaving no corpse behind. This reality that they had to watch with their eyes wide open continuously attacked everyone's rationality. They were forced to accept this situation that was completely impossible. The one who was soaked in cold sweat was Ouyang. He was very close to Yunxiao, and the pressure emitted by the sword chi just now had frightened him. When he thought of his arrogant look just now, he felt a chill run down his spine. If Zhou Xiang had not stood up to stop him, he would have been turned into ashes before Zhao Yu. The light from the Qing Suo sword quickly dimmed after the strike, and it disappeared in a flash. Yunxiao's primordial qi was also greatly damaged, and he had also suffered a faint backlash from the profound artifact, which had caused him a lot of injuries. With his cultivation, the demon slayer he performed was at most at the level of a 3-stars martial emperor. Even with the help of the demonic dragon, it was impossible for him to kill Zhao Yu with one strike. Under such circumstances, the maximum power of the 9th tier profound armament could only be activated. The price was the backlash of the profound armament, killing 1,000 enemies and suffering 800 losses. However, in this situation, he had to kill the enemy in one strike to shock everyone. He revealed a look of pity and sighed. There's one less beautiful man to welcome the guests. His eyes gradually turned cold as he looked at Wu Wei and the 4 members of the Storm mercenary group in the sky. He said in a cold voice, "Then I'll use you guys as substitutes." Dang! He waved his hand, and an ancient bell flew out and rang in the air. The sound of the bell was an indiscriminate attack that directly entered everyone's ears. The expressions of everyone present changed drastically, and they felt as if their blood and chi were about to be ejected. Those warriors with lower cultivation base were so shocked that their eardrums burst, and they began to wail with splitting headaches. At the same time, many martial artists rose into the air from all directions. They were all members of the rookie mercenary group, and they surrounded the 4 people in the sky. After the dynasty bell rang, it turned into a giant bell and headed toward the 4 people. Wu Wei only recovered from the shock of Zhao Yu's death after hearing the bell. He was both angry and anxious as he roared at the round table. "Dark Cloud, has your skeleton mercenary corps surrendered? Did they merge into the rookie mercenary group? You good for nothing, why aren't you attacking?" Dark Cloud's face turned red. He resisted the urge and turned his face away, pretending to be a bystander. He also did not understand why the higher-ups would give such an order to let the rookie mercenary group act arrogantly alone. If they were to really conquer the west of the city today, it would be extremely difficult to take it back in the future. Trash! Wu Wei cursed and shouted. "Today, my Storm mercenary group will fight you to the death. Those who don't want to be slaves, get up and kill these bastards with me." His gaze swept across the entire scene, and the light in his eyes was abnormally sharp. All the mercenary group leaders were shocked, and they immediately understood what Wu Wei meant. If he did not make a move now, he would be the enemy of the Storm mercenary group. After today's matter, he would probably have a good ending. However, if he were to make a move, he would be going against the rookie mercenary group. Everyone was suddenly caught in a difficult situation. They were already forced to choose a side. If they chose the wrong side, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Jia Xiaobai's face was also extremely ugly. He stood there with the Overlord's steel saber in his hand, not knowing what to do. Although they had left in anger, they didn't completely fall out with the rookie mercenary group. If it was the current battle team, it would really be a fight to the death. Humph, Wu Wei, you're a 9-stars martial emperor. How dare you force a battle team to die with you? Hee. Bin Jie sneered. Today, my rookie mercenary group is going to unify the western city. It's just in time to use your head as a sacrifice to our flag. Savage. That day, the 3 mercenary groups jointly set a rule that martial honors are not allowed to interfere in the battle in the west of the city. Wu Wei said angrily. And who below the rank of a martial honor can suppress me? He looked at the 4 people who were being besieged in the sky. They were slowly losing their strength, and his heart sank. Bin Jie couldn't do anything to him, but he couldn't do anything to the other party either. It was impossible for him to save them. The few people who came out this time, except for him, would probably be completely annihilated. He was secretly angry and resentful that he didn't bring more people out. The decision of the Board of Patriarchs was to bide their time and continue to observe, waiting for news from the Demon Plains. However, he couldn't help but be curious, so he brought a few people with him. He didn't expect to suffer such a big loss. Who can suppress you? What a joke. Bin Jie. Why aren't you making a move? Let's go. Xianxia cried out and cast a few incantation seals. The dynasty bell in the sky flew down and pressed down on Wu Wei. You're so arrogant just because you have some profound level weapons. Today, I'll let you know that a peak martial emperor is a chasm that you can't cross no matter what. Qi burst out from Wu Wei's body and he punched the dynasty bell with a powerful punch. Dang! The dynasty bell was struck and let out an ancient and grand sound. The light on his body dimmed greatly as he flew back to Xianxia. Xianxia's heart trembled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he forcibly suppressed it. The dynasty bell was also a profound level weapon that was connected to his mind. After being attacked, it would also affect his mind. Wu Wei's expression changed drastically. After his punch, the force of his punch was actually reflected back from the bell. Not only that, but there was also a powerful rhythm and fist force stacked on top of each other, constantly advancing in the air and reaching in front of him in an instant. What kind of profound level weapon is this? Animal. He hurriedly threw another punch to block the fist force and the sound wave, but the 2 forces stacked together far exceeded his own strength. Under the collision, the muscles on his arms were like waves, spreading to his body. It was the sound waves that were shaking his body, wantonly destroying his limbs and bones. At this moment, Bin Jie suddenly made his move. He held a golden token arrow in his hand, and he swatted it down as if he was swatting a fly. Feather token. Wu Wei was shocked. He forcefully suppressed the sound waves that were wreaking havoc in his body and hurriedly took out a white stick. After unsealing it, it transformed into the shape of a ferocious beast in the air and pounced towards Bin Jie. Bang! When the golden arrow landed on the beast, a powerful air current burst out and pushed it back. Wu Wei was hit by a huge impact and was sent flying into the air. The veins on his arms were bulging, and he could faintly feel the pain. He was shocked and looked at Xianxia in horror. He felt a lingering fear when he thought of the power emanating from the bell. He was originally on par with Bin Jie, but now that he had been injured by Dynasty Bell and Bin Jie's sneak attack, he had suffered some internal injuries. With the arrangement of rookie mercenary group, he was completely at a disadvantage. Xianxia did not feel good either. The backlash from the purple shadow sword and the Dynasty Bell had damaged his body, mind, and soul, and his face was a little pale. Wu Wei's 4 followers were quickly captured and their knees were broken. They were forced to kneel at the edge of the square to welcome the guests. You guys are ruthless. This is the prelude to an all-out war. Wu Wei roared in anger. Just you wait. Just you wait for the Storm Mercenary Group's full revenge. I don't know about a full revenge, Xianxia said coldly, but at least you won't be able to see it. Haha. Do you really think you can make me stay? Wu Wei laughed. His laughter suddenly stopped as he saw a huge rock falling towards him like a meteorite. The demonic chi that was emitted from the rock was shocking, and it was not any weaker than his. A martial emperor realm demonic beast. Wu Wei's face finally changed. The stone beast had only advanced to a martial emperor when it was in Mount Meru. However, it had been absorbing the aura of the breathing earth in the divine realm tablet. It, who originally had a king's bloodline, had evolved again. Now, its whole body was emitting yellow light and its aura was threatening. All the martial artists in the square were shocked at the same time. When did a demonic beast hide in the sky without them noticing? Wu Wei's face finally changed. Judging from the pressure, he had yet to reach the peak of the martial emperor realm. However, the demonic beasts had an unparalleled physical advantage. It was still unknown whether he could defeat them, not to mention that there was a 9-stars martial emperor who was on par with him. Sure enough, when the stone beast's demonic chi locked onto Wu Wei, Binjie also made his move. The feather token released a strong golden light, like a flower blooming, and slowly rose. Although it was extremely slow, the pressure it gave off was even greater than that of the stone beast. Roar! The stone beast suddenly roared loudly, and its body gradually shrank. Its brain and 4 limbs were all retracted into its body, turning into a round stone ball. It was like a meteor that streaked across the sky, falling down like a meteorite. The surrounding air was constantly burning from the impact, and a river of flames was destroyed in the sky. A bunch of animals! Wu Wei gritted his teeth and roared. The chi of the 2 masters had locked him in place, and an unprecedented sense of crisis welled up in his heart. He released all the chi in his body, breaking the chi lock of the 2 people. The white stick in his hand was unsealed, and it transformed into a fierce beast. The 5 fingers of his left hand were clenched into claws, and a dark green gas appeared in the palm of his hand, forming a ball of energy. Tarsal Bone Beast, Nether Saint Claw. The 2 forces blasted out at the same time. Wu Wei's most powerful attack burst out, and the meteorite and the token arrow came at the same time. Boom! The 3 forces exploded in the sky above the square, giving off a light even more dazzling than the sun. The light spread out in all directions, almost blinding the eyes. Under the explosion, 3 rays of light shot out in 3 directions. The stone ball's size became a lot smaller, and the trajectory of the shock was full of gravel, but after dozens of meters, he stretched his body and roared. The crushed stones along the way were attracted and quickly condensed towards him. Piece by piece, they stuck to his body and slowly merged into it, returning to his previous body size. The people below all felt a chill. How could he fight against such a thing? He was almost immortal. Binjie's feather token had also lost its luster and looked like an ordinary piece of metal. When it fell back into his hand, he couldn't help but frown and put it back into his ring. Wu Wei was the most miserable one. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away, leaving only a black dot in the sky. It was unknown whether he was still alive. The stone beast roared and rushed into the distance. He didn't have much intelligence and only knew how to follow orders. As long as the opponent was not dead, the battle would continue. Wu Wei floated quietly in the air. His entire body was numb from the pain, and it was as if he could not control it. That powerful strike had almost destroyed all the meridians in his body. At this moment, it was extremely difficult for him to even circulate his vital chi. However, the rolling pressure of the stone beast soon made him almost fall into despair. That terrifying figure was getting closer and closer, and he almost used the last bit of his strength to roar, "No! Don't! I'm a 9-stars martial emperor. You can't kill me." The stone beast didn't care about this. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he raised his pot-sized fist and smashed down. There was a slight fluctuation in the air and a rebuking voice came, "Evil creature, stop!" A force came down from the air, and the stone beast's fist froze in the air just like that, unable to move its entire body, as if it had been cast with an immobilization art. "Ha! Lord Lung, save me!" Wu Wei was overjoyed. Seeing a life-saving straw, he cried out and coughed out a series of blood. Yunxiao's eyelids twitched, and his face changed slightly. Revered martial artist? These 2 words were like a curse, causing everyone present to lose their color and be shocked. The three great mercenary groups had long reached an agreement in order to prevent the battle from spreading to an irredeemable extent. No Marshal Supreme was allowed to make a move in the west of the city. Otherwise, it would be a public violation of the agreement and they would be besieged by the other two sects. Even though the rookie mercenary group was so arrogant and despotic today, they had only sent out 9-stars Martial Emperors and Martial Emperor-level demonic beasts. The existence of Martial Supremes was like a nuclear bomb, which was the most powerful foundation of a mercenary group. However, they usually only played a deterrent role and would not have the opportunity to show up. This was because once a martial honor made a move, it was very likely to trigger a war between the three great mercenary groups. At that time, the entire Gentle Song woodland would become a sea of fire. The martial honor hidden in the void did not seem to want to make a big deal out of it. A fluctuation appeared beside Wu Wei, and Wu Wei's body gradually became absent-minded in the fluctuation. He was about to disappear and be taken away. Haha, you ants. If you want to kill me, you can do it in your next life. I'll remember all of you, Wu Wei roared with a ferocious face. The next time we meet, what awaits you will be the wrath of the supreme martial honor. So arrogant? Suddenly, another discordant voice came from the sky. It snorted coldly. Since you're here, then stay. From where the voice came from, a jade-white palm suddenly appeared, and a force spread in Wu Wei's direction. The fluctuations around Wu Wei immediately dispersed, and the figure that was about to disappear reappeared. His face changed greatly, turning pale. Gradually, the owner of the palm slowly appeared from the void. It was a middle-aged man in a dark purple robe. A moon-white vortex belt fluttered in the wind at his waist. He had a faint smile on his face as he stared at the void above Wu Wei. Since you've already made your move, why are you still hiding? The middle-aged man smiled as if he had found something interesting. A trace of surprise flashed in Bin Jie's eyes as he said in surprise, "Team leader Mu Wu. Mu Wu." Everyone's heart trembled as they looked at the middle-aged man. The leader of Noob Mercenary Group's third main team was rumored to be a disciple of a major force. For some reason, he was hunted down by his master, which was why he escaped to the Gentle Song Forest and was subdued by Hao Lian Xiaohuang. He was an 8-stars martial emperor when he first arrived. He did not expect that he had broken through to the rank of martial honor. Moreover, Mu Wu was one of the most low-key leaders of the 8 small teams in the rookie mercenary group, and very few people could see his face. Furthermore, he rarely asked about the matters of the team and spent almost all his time in closed-door cultivation. The rule that had been in place for so many years had been broken. Was the Light Song Forest really going to enter a state of turmoil? Everyone's heart twitched violently as they looked at the sky nervously. I'm the only supreme being in the world. Those below the rank of martial honor and within the domain, whether they were martial emperors or the dregs below the rank of martial emperor, they were all like ants waiting to be slaughtered. Under Mu Wu's gaze, a sigh finally came from the void. In the water-like waves, a man with long, dark red hair appeared. He looked up at Mu Wu and said, "I'm just here to take Wu Wei away. Is that so, Ingluo?" Mu Wu's eyes were filled with undisguisable mockery as she said, "I'm just here to make Wu Wei stay." Wu Wei's face turned extremely pale. He knew that today's matter was going to be troublesome. As a 9-stars martial emperor, he had touched the barrier of the 8 desolation realm several times. It was very likely that he would break through to the martial honor realm in the next few years. Otherwise, the group would not have risked the world's condemnation to send Wu Zun to rescue him. The existence of a martial honor was a great boost to any mercenary group. It even played a decisive role. It was also because of this that the other party would not let him off. The man with long dark red hair looked troubled and frowned. "Mu Wu, do you really want to start a mercenary war?" "Mercenary war?" Mu Wuhui laughed. Who was the one who broke the agreement between the 3 mercenary groups? "If you want to fight because of this, then let's fight." His last few words seemed to contain vital chi, and the air around him instantly exploded. A towering battle intent soared into the 9 heavens and spread across the square. It was as if a god had descended into the world, and the entire world was under his control, controlling life and death. Wu Wei felt his blood freeze. He said in a panic, "Lord Lang, you must save me." The man with long dark red hair glared at him, then looked at Mu Wu with a serious expression. He wasn't afraid of a battle, but he was afraid of the consequences. "Leng Xiao, you've become a martial honor 10 years before me. I'm still lingering around the one-star realm. Today, I'll use it as a stepping stone for me to enter the 2-star realm." Mu Wu's eyes flashed with a crazed look, and they were filled with the excitement of battle. He laughed. "As long as I defeat you, I'm confident that I'll be able to break through that ultimate coolness and advance to the 2-star realm." Leng Xiao was cursing in his heart. So this lunatic wanted to fight so that he could advance. Did he not consider the consequences at all? The newbie mercenary group was full of lunatics. "Humph, Mu Wu. If you want to go crazy, I'm not a lunatic. Forgive me for not accompanying you." Leng Xiao snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, Wu Wei's body glowed with light and was about to disappear into the void with him. How could Mu Wu let him leave so easily? He laughed and took a step forward. A huge tremor came from the sky, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The space around Leng Xiao suddenly froze, and it started to become sticky like a paste. His expression changed and he roared, "Mu Wu, don't think that I'm afraid of you. Do you really want to die today? Please." Mu Wu laughed. Leng Xiao's expression changed several times. Finally, he looked at Wu Wei and let out a long sigh. Wu Wei's face turned pale. From Leng Xiao's expression, he could already see the other party's decision. He wailed madly, Lord Leng, you have to take me with you." He had already seen through the situation. Leng Xiao was a martial honor. If he wanted to leave, Mu Wu would not be able to stop him. However, if he were to bring him along, he would be a burden. If he wanted to leave this place, he would probably have to fight a big battle. On the other hand, Leng Xiao had no intention of making a move at all. He was undoubtedly giving up on him. Indeed, Leng Xiao's expression turned even colder. He scoffed. "You should bear the consequences of your own actions." He flicked his sleeve and left Wu Wei behind. Then he slowly disappeared. Wu Wei's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He looked at the life-saving straw that was far away, and his body was pale without a trace of blood. "Tisk!" Mu Wu spat disdainfully and looked disappointed. The domain around him did not dissipate, but instead pressed toward Wu Wei. Wu Wei was scared out of his wits. He shouted in anger, "You, as a martial honor, you attacked without permission in the west of the city. Aren't you afraid of starting a war with the mercenaries?" Mu Wu's eyes flashed with ridicule and anticipation as she laughed. "Mercenary war? I'm really looking forward to it." He had already asked Commander Hao Lian to take his brothers and unify the Lightsong Forest, but he just didn't listen. That's what gave birth to you small fish. Hee. Mercenary war? Come quickly. Boom! In his despair, Wu Wei watched helplessly as the power of the domain pressed down on him. The entire space pressed down on him, and his body exploded in an instant, completely shattered. The people below were all dumbfounded and drenched in cold sweat. He actually started killing people in the west of the city. This person was really crazy, and it seemed like he couldn't wait to start a war. Ouyang Zi, in particular, was drenched in sweat. He wiped his face with his hand and was drenched in sweat as if he had just gotten out of the water. After Mu Wu killed the man, he seemed to be unsatisfied. His gaze fell on Dark Cloud, who was sitting on the round table, and he revealed a kind smile. "Wu Ziza, please go back and report that Wu Zun from the rookie mercenary group has killed someone in the west of the city. Please ask them to send a few good men to kill me." Black Cloud's face was covered in cold sweat. He shivered and said, Lord Mu, you've killed people in the west of the city. You'll be punished by the rules." Mu squinted her eyes and nodded, smiling, Not bad. I'll have to trouble you to go back and report this. I'll be waiting here. If no expert comes to find trouble with me in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I'll kill my way into your skeleton mercenary group." Dark Cloud cursed inwardly, "You're crazy." Then he hurriedly stood up and said, Then I'll take my leave first. I'll definitely report this matter to the higher-ups as soon as possible. He did not want to stay for a moment. Whether it was Yunxiao's plan to unify the West City or Mu Wu's killing, both were major events that had never happened in the past few years, and they were gone in the blink of an eye. Mu Wu gave Yunxiao a look, then gave him a thumbs up and praised. "Young man, you did well. I have high hopes for you." Yunxiao returned a gesture and said with a smile, "Then I'll continue. This meeting isn't over yet. Please avoid it." Mu Wu nodded, and his figure gradually disappeared into the void. He said indifferently, "Go to your thing. I'll wait here for a moment. If that scum Wu doesn't bring any experts, I'll have to join the skeleton mercenaries." The people in the square were all covered in cold sweat. Why were all the people in this rookie mercenary group so abnormal? Yunxiao, on the other hand, could see everything clearly with his divine sense. Mu Wu's cultivation was already stuck at the bottleneck of a one-star martial supreme. It would be very difficult for him to break through by relying on his own bitter cultivation. He had to find an opportunity, and this opportunity was often obtained in life and death battles. In the endless martial arts, every step was like walking on thin ice. The further back he went, the more difficult it became. Even if there was only a tiny bit of hope, they would risk their lives to fight. He came back to his senses and looked at the square. He smiled and said, "Let's continue the meeting." Gulp! Many people swallowed their saliva and struggled to come back to their senses. Their expressions were different. Some were extremely bitter, while others were secretly happy. The atmosphere began to become strange. "I've just thought about it," Yunxiao said. "The reason why the Forest of Gentle Song is in chaos is also related to the numerous forces. How about this? Since everyone's here today, let's get rid of the mercenaries that we don't need. Cancel Ing Luo." Everyone fainted on the spot, especially those who didn't have a good relationship with the rookie mercenary group. Their faces all changed. However, under such circumstances, who would dare to stand out and speak? For example, Yunxiao continued, "I don't think there is a need for the Pie and Frog Mercenary Corps to exist. All of you will be part of the Hunter Mercenary Group. What do the 3 guild leaders think?" The leader of the Hunter Mercenary Group was overjoyed. He quickly stood up and said, "We will follow Captain Cloud Sky's arrangements." These 3 mercenary groups were the strongest existences apart from the 3 magnates. If they were able to merge into one, then their power would directly stand out from the many small fish groups and become the well-deserved 4th largest mercenary group. Ouyang Zai's and Jia Xiaobai's faces were like lead, pitch black and shiny. Jia Xiaobai tightly held the Overlord's steel saber and coldly said, "The Frog Mercenary Group has been established for 37 years, and they are even older than Captain Yunxiao. There were a total of 3 regimental commanders, all of whom died in battle for the regimental commander. Now, with just a word from Captain Cloud Sky, you're going to cancel it. How am I going to face these brothers under me? How am I going to face our dead captain?" The veins of the martial royal realm experts behind him also bulged, and the weapons in their hands swayed slightly. It was obvious that they could not calm down. Yunxiao's eyes flashed with a hint of approval as he said, "Commander Jia is indeed a talent, but the strong are respected, and the winner is king. Since you're going to choose righteousness, then you must be prepared to sacrifice your life." Bin Jia sighed, and the feather arrow token in his hand shot out again. It emitted a powerful light, pressing down on Jia Xiaobai. Jia Xiaobai's face was solemn as he raised the Overlord's steel saber and slashed with all his might. Bang! The 2 fingers wide steel knife broke in half, and the feather token arrow fell from the sky, sticking to Jia Xiaobai's head and stopping. "Quickly submit to Captain Yunxiao." Bin Jia couldn't bear it and shouted. Under the pressure of the feather token arrow, Jia Xiaobai felt his whole body turn cold, and the martial emperors behind him broke out in cold sweat. If Bin Jia had the intention to kill them, they would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Bang! The broken blade was still on the ground. Jia Xiaobai knelt down on one knee, gritted his teeth, and said with hatred, "The leader of the Frog Mercenary Group, Jia Xiaobai, followed the instructions of Captain Cloud Sky and brought all his members to join the Hunter Mercenary Group. From now on, there will no longer be the name of the Frog Mercenary Group. Guild leader. The martial royal realm experts behind him also gritted their teeth and burst into tears. Don't cry your eyes out, Xianxia said. Are you still men? If you have the ability, then train hard. One day you will defeat me and let your Frog Mercenary Group's name be known again. But I don't think you'll ever have the chance. Jia Xiaobai's body trembled as he gritted his teeth and said angrily, Don't worry. I'll definitely work hard to cultivate and beat everyone in your 8th team to the ground and take back our team number. Xianxia gave him a cold look and said indifferently, I'll be waiting for you. He turned to look at Ouyang again and smiled. What do you think, Commander Ouyang? Ouyang no longer had the heart to resist. He knelt down on one knee and said, The Pi Mercenary Group will also obey Captain Cloud Sky's wishes. All members will join the Hunter Mercenary Group, and the group number will be cancelled from now on. When these two clans bowed their heads, the rest of the people did not resist at all. Very quickly, most of the mercenary groups were cancelled and directly merged with the existence of the rookie mercenary groups. There was no resistance throughout the entire process. The people of the 4 merchant alliances looked at each other coldly, but none of them could calm down. Shun Li and Hong Yi, in particular, did not expect Xianxia to use such a thunderous method to change the situation in the west of the city, which had been in place for so many years, in the blink of an eye. Although there would still be a lot of trouble, at least he had taken a decisive step. They were both surprised and happy that such a decisive person would have more confidence in dealing with the 4 extremes sect. However, they were also worried that they would be trapped and swallowed up. Xianxia glanced at the people from the 4 merchant alliances and flashed a sunny smile and white teeth. The 4 of them felt their hearts tighten, as if they had an ominous premonition. The mercenary groups have been organized, Xianxia said quickly. Now, you 4 merchant alliances should also change. Xiao Luo's heart trembled, and he frowned as he said, Commander Xianxia, I don't quite understand this. The Business Alliance had always been in charge of the Business Alliance. Captain Xianxia was a mercenary, so he naturally had nothing to say about managing the mercenaries. However, our 4 merchant alliances have never clashed with your mercenary forces. We've only cooperated with you to help manage the Lightsong Woodland and provide you with all sorts of conveniences in order to earn some small profits. A meager profit? Xianxia smiled and took out a bill from the hand of a man beside him. He opened it and read it. Myriad Treasures Store's total income from the Lightsong Forest last year was 230 million mid-grade primordial stones, and their net income was 120 million mid-grade primordial stones. The net income of Money Sect was 160 million medial-grade primordial stones. The 4 extreme sects bid was 90 million medial-grade primordial stones. Empyrean 1 Pavilion's bid was 70 million medial-grade primordial stones. TSK. This profit is so small. All the mercenary groups were stunned by his words. All of them stared at the 4 men from the Merchant Union with anger in their eyes. The profits of the Chamber of Commerce were so high. They worked hard all day to take on all kinds of missions. They were born on the day of death, and no one knew when they would end up. The money they earned was enough for their own cultivation and squandering. These profiteers all sat at home all day, and their profits were actually so high that it made people's hair stand on end. The 4 members of the Merchant Union couldn't sit still any longer. Jingnan coughed a few times and said angrily, Captain Xianxia, how dare you investigate our Chamber of Commerce's confidential information without permission? Stop pretending to be pure in front of me. Xianxia scolded. Don't you dare. Which of your 4 chambers of commerce doesn't collect all kinds of confidential information about our mercenary groups? You still dare to act tough in front of me? You want to die, don't you? He smacked the table, and a few martial arts practitioners immediately surrounded him, locking onto Jingnan with overflowing killing intent. Normally, Jingnan would definitely fly into a rage on the spot. The Money Chamber of Commerce was a reputable chamber of commerce and a big force. However, with Zhang Xiong's example, he did not dare to act on his own. The people of this rookie mercenary group were all crazy. They might really sacrifice themselves to the flag and kill them for the monkeys to see. Among the four of them, Qiao Luo was the oldest and the most experienced. At this moment, the other three were all staring at him, as if they were looking at him as their leader. Moreover, Myriad Treasure Store was the leader of the merchant union. Qiao Luo coughed a few times and said, "This data is only incomplete information collected by the rookie mercenary group. Many of the costs were not included. How can the real income be so high? Moreover, these are the internal affairs of our Chamber of Commerce. What right does Captain Yun Xiao have to interfere? A country has its laws, and a family has its rules," Yun Xiao snorted. "You're doing business in someone else's territory, so you have to respect the rules of their territory, right?" Qiao Luo thought for a while and said, "Yes, that's true. We didn't break any rules in the forest, did we?" Yun Xiao slapped the table and shouted, "Have you all forgotten the rules that were just set? Do you want me to give you a reminder?" He walked in front of Qiao Luo, slapped the materials he had just given out, and shouted, "Old man, read out the first line for me." Qiao Luo was stunned, and the four people from the merchant union were all stunned and speechless. As for the members of the mercenary group, they were all secretly laughing in their hearts, feeling great joy, thinking about how much these unscrupulous merchants had earned. He couldn't wait to rush up and hack them to death. The first line on the material was written. The newbie mercenary group was in charge of all the affairs in the west of the city. It's everything. Do you understand, old thing? With a ruffian's face, Yun Xiao cursed a few times before he sat back in his chair and snorted. "If there's anyone who doesn't want to stay in the Lightsong Forest, you can pack your bags and get out. I won't force you to stay." The four men from the merchant union were all livid, trying to hold back their anger. They were all doing business, so they naturally couldn't fall out with the local snake. However, the members of the merchant union were also very powerful, and people would give them face wherever they went. It was a good thing that Yun Xiao's disrespectful behavior had never happened before. Shun Li was also so angry that cold air was exuding from her body. But she still needed Yun Xiao's strength to deal with the Four Extremes sect, so she did not speak with a livid face. "Then, how do you think the merchant union should change, Captain Yun Xiao?" Qiao Luo asked in a deep voice. Yun Xiao chuckled and said, "You guys are making so much profit in a year. Our brothers are all uncomfortable. Everyone had risked their lives to get this money. Of course, it doesn't make sense for you to spit it out. How about this? I'll ask my good friend, Miss Ding Ling to open Tianyuan Trading Company and make it the overall manager of the trading company. In the future, all four of you must operate legally under the guidance of Tianyuan Trading Company. What does everyone think?" "What?" Qiao Luo slammed the table in anger, and his fragile body suddenly became strong. His eyes flashed with a fierce light and he said angrily, "We have nothing to say about Captain Yun Xiao's decision to promote Tianyuan Trading Company. But if she wants us four families to listen to her, that's too much of a joke. Not bad." Although Miss Ding Ling is quite talented and has a great reputation in the merchant union, Jingnan also said angrily, "But she's still too young to be in charge of the matters of the Lightsong Woodland." Yun Xiao laughed. "Young? No, you're wrong. It wasn't Ling who hosted it, but she was asked to send someone else. The four of you are not high enough. Let the vice president come over, and Ling will be the host. Are you going to start a war with the merchant union?" Song Xiong also stepped forward. At this time, if the four chambers of commerce were not united, they might really be eaten by this person in front of them. Only Shun Li hesitated for a moment. Although her attitude wasn't that tough, she still said, "That's not very good. Merchant union? Can the four of you represent the entire merchant union? TSK, not bad." The person in charge of a branch could boast that he could represent the entire merchant union. "Ling you must tell everyone in the merchant union about this during the 2 meetings and see how powerful the 4 core sects are," Yun Xiao teased. Ding Ling was still in a daze, and Yun Xiao had not informed her in advance. But she did not expect such a big pie to fall on her head. She was so happy that she was about to cry. Holding back the tears in her nose, she smiled and said, "I will. The lackeys of a few branches could represent the entire merchant union. I'll definitely inform your 4 presidents and all the 100+ members of the merchant union. She felt an indescribable sweetness and happiness in her heart. All these years, he had been running around alone to support the teetering Tianyuan trading company. There were cold gazes and mockery everywhere. When had he ever received such care? Her heart melted in her body. This buy-in. Song Xiong was dumbfounded. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his face. In terms of rank, Ding Ling was more qualified to represent the merchant union than they were. Moreover, this kind of wild talk could be considered small or big. If he were to seriously pursue it, he would not be able to keep his head. Ahem. Xiao Luo coughed heavily to cover up Song Xiong's embarrassment and said, although Song Xiong's words are a little exaggerated, Captain Yun Zhao's actions are clearly on bad terms with our 4 chambers of commerce. I believe that this is definitely not Regiment Commander Hao Lian's intention. I hope that Captain Yun Zhao will not make his own decision. Is it Commander Hao Lian's idea or not? Yun Zhao shouted. Do I know better? Or do you know better? Am I the leader of a rookie mercenary group or are you? Why don't you be the captain? This buy-in. Xiao Luo was speechless. Why was this young man like a hooligan? He couldn't speak at all. Yun Zhao clapped his hands and immediately, his men brought out some materials and placed them in front of the 4 men. These are the management rules of the Chamber of Commerce in the Lightsong Forest. Please sign here to cooperate. It contained detailed information about Tianyuan Trading Company, and all the activities and operations of the 4 trading companies had to be approved by Tianyuan Trading Company. How could the 4 of them be willing to sign such a rule? They were so angry that they were trembling all over, sitting there and glaring at each other. Yun Zhao turned to Shen Li, who was beside him, and said with a smile, Auntie Shun, you can lead the way. If we don't do well today, you know what I mean. Shen Li's expression changed drastically. She naturally understood what Yun Zhao meant, which was that they had no chance of dealing with the 4 extremes sect. The order from above was to capture Tang Jie and exchange him for the ship key. What worried her the most was that if she didn't listen, this kid would deliberately cause trouble. At that time, not only would he not be of help, but he would also make things difficult for her. That would be really troublesome. After weighing the pros and cons, she finally gave in. He signed the management regulations with a gloomy face. The Gentle Song Forest was only a small branch of the Empyrean 1 pavilion, and Noah's ship was the top priority. Shen Li Yu. The other 3 people were shocked and angry, their faces full of shock and horror. They couldn't understand why she would sign such a form. Auntie Shin, you're very obedient. The next one, Old Man Xiao, it's your turn. At Yun Xiao's signal, the material was placed in front of Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo's face was livid, and she said coldly, I'll never sign it. You can give up. If you have the ability, kill me now. Old Man Xiao is indeed a man of character, Yun Xiao said with a smile. However, do the 19-year-old concubine and 2 swaddled sons you hid in Wang San's house know that you have such a strong character? Also, poor Wang San thought he found a beautiful wife and had 2 sons. When he was carrying out the mission, he was also at ease. Did he know that the child's father had such a strong character? Also, in Wang San's mission, he died with a martial royal realm expert in order to save his brother. After that, why did one of the 4 martial emperors under Old Man Xiao go missing? Xiao Luo's face instantly turned pale. All the mercenaries were shocked at the same time. They all understood what was going on, and their faces were filled with indignation. Wang San was also the leader of a small mercenary group, and was also a martial emperor. Although they were not famous, they had good relationships with many mercenary groups. He didn't expect that the failure of that mission was actually done by this old bastard. Moreover, the wife and 2 sons that Wang San had been providing for were also this old thing's children. Everyone was burning with anger. In their mercenary profession, they lived their lives with their heads hanging in the air every day. One day it might not be their own. Therefore, he was especially concerned about his family's safety and funeral matters. It was a taboo to steal someone's wife and take advantage of their children. Qiao Luo's face was so dark that water could drip out of it. He wanted to deny it, but under Yunxiao's clear eyes, he could not do so at all. His pupils dilated as he stared at Yunxiao, his face ashen. How could a young man be so experienced and vicious? What kind of soul was in this young body? Don't think that you four Chamber of Commerce are the only ones who collect information from all sides every day in the Qingge woodland, Yunxiao said coldly. Do you think that we are all fools? Let me tell you, it's not just the newbie mercenary groups. Even the rotten groups like Storm and Skeleton know everything about you. What you had for dinner last night, how many seconds you persevered, how many times you shouted, what style you had, all of it is in the records. This is the Lightsong Forest, not your merchant union's headquarters. Songyue City. Yunxiao's words struck the four men's ears like a thunderbolt. Their heads buzzed, and their faces stiffened. Shunli even blushed and looked ashamed and angry. Qiao Luo almost fainted. It was about her, Wang San's wife, and the two illegitimate children. He had always thought that his plan was flawless, but he did not expect that he was already under surveillance. He raised his trembling hand and signed the document. Yunxiao laughed. You're very obedient, old man. This must be the big brother of the money gang, right? It's your turn. Jingnan's face was also pale. He sat there, not moving at all. Your life is your own, Yunxiao said. The benefits belong to the gang. You better weigh the pros and cons carefully. I heard that Brother Jingnan has been wandering around the Golden Sand recently. I'll sign it. Jingnan's entire body trembled in shock as he hurriedly interrupted. He picked up a pen and quickly wrote down his name, afraid that Yunxiao would say something. However, the words Golden Sand Field still fell into everyone's ears, and they all revealed suspicious expressions. That place was famous for being a land of great danger, and very few martial artists dared to set foot there. Only Cang Xiong was left. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his heart was trembling. The other three had already signed it. If he didn't sign it, he would probably be dead. However, in the current situation, he was not in charge of the Four Extremes sect of the Lightsong Forest. If he were to sign this and return, that young master would probably be the first to kill him. But what made him stunned was that, after Jingnan signed the contract, Yunxiao did not seem to have any intention of letting him sign it. Instead, he put it away and said with a smile, everyone is very cooperative. I believe that the city's west, and even the entire Lightsong woodland, will get better and better under the jurisdiction of Rookie Mercenary Group. Let's applaud everyone. After he finished speaking, he started clapping. Then, his gaze swept across the square one by one. Everyone who was stared at by him raised their hands in shock and applauded desperately. Soon, the entire square was filled with warm applause. Cang Xiong was stunned and started clapping as well. He didn't understand why he didn't need to sign. The other three also felt strange. After clapping, Shunli reminded, Captain Yunxiao, it seems like we've forgotten about one Chamber of Commerce, right? Yunxiao laughed. There was no such thing. The Four Extremes sect was full of tough men with unyielding strength. Moreover, I don't like to force people to do things. Your sister, and you don't like to force people. Almost everyone in the square was cursing in their hearts. If possible, they really wanted to rush up and step on his face a few times. So, Ing Luo, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a smile, the Four Extremes sect will temporarily withdraw from the Lightsong Forest, and all their businesses will be taken over by Tianyuan Trading Company. When the situation in the city is stabilized, Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce will consider and approve the procedure for Four Extremes Chamber of Commerce to enter again. Whoosh! Everyone's expression changed drastically. Cang Xiong was even more shocked. He put his hands together and even made a clapping gesture. His mouth was wide open. Shunli's heart skipped a beat. Was it about to start? She secretly admired Yunxiao's decisiveness in killing and punishing. He did not hesitate at all and did what he said. The rest of the people found it hard to understand. This was the same as creating a life and death situation for the Four Extremes sect. What power did he have to fight against the Four Extremes sect? Even though their headquarters wasn't in the forest, they could still send some experts over and easily destroy your rookie mercenary group. You can embezzle and suppress other people's interests, and you can still understand and tolerate it. But now he wanted to uproot the other party. Wasn't this completely falling out? Song Xiong couldn't react for a long time. He really couldn't understand how he had offended this lunatic. Was it because she had rebutted him a few times? Isn't this a little too nonsensical? Under everyone's jesting and anticipating gazes, he secretly relaxed. If he were to sign the agreement and do such a disgraceful thing that would damage the reputation of the Chamber of Commerce, he might be slapped to death by that young master when he returned. But now that the other party had directly forced the Chamber of Commerce into a desperate situation, he didn't have to bear too much responsibility for such a big matter since that person was there. However, he still had to do some work to keep up appearances. "Brat, don't you go too far," he shouted in anger. "Pa!" No one saw Yunxiao's action, only a few afterimages. Then, Song Xiong was smacked to the ground and made a loud noise. "I'm kind enough to let you evacuate, and you're still picking a fight with me?" Yunxiao stepped forward and picked Song Xiong up as he snorted coldly. "If that's the case, then there's no need to retreat." He turned around and looked at the crowd. "Guys, this 4-level Chamber of Commerce is really despicable. Everyone, come with me to destroy them. The newbie mercenary group is looking forward to your performance. The distribution of the various benefits will be reflected in your performance this time." His eyes fell on Xiao Luo and the other two again. He smiled and said, "And the 3 head shopkeepers of the Chamber of Commerce, do you also feel ashamed that such a shameless person has appeared in the Merchant Union? Why don't you come with me? I'll give you a chance to clean up your sect." Xiao Luo was shocked and quickly shook his head. "Captain Yun Xiao, you must be joking. This is the 4 Extremes sect's own business. Although we are all part of the Merchant Union, we each take care of our own matters. We don't have the right to take care of them." Jingnan's face was also white. He shook his head repeatedly and said, "Captain Yun Xiao, please go ahead. We're not feeling well, so we'll be going back for now." Yun Xiao's face darkened as he shouted, "We all live in the west of the city. Why should the mercenary groups fight for their lives while you Chamber of Commerces hide? Didn't they usually boast about how awesome their Chamber of Commerce was?" He was playing dead now. "The 3 of you, please come with me." Immediately, a few martial artists walked over and sandwiched the 3 people on both sides. From the looks of it, they had to carry them even if they didn't want to. At this moment, even a fool would understand. Yun Xiao was going to deal with the 4 Extremes Chamber of Commerce, and he was going to drag everyone down with him. How was this kid a lunatic? He was clearly a cunning fox. It was no wonder Song Xiong had intentionally picked a fight with Song Xiong from the start. Unfortunately, Song Xiong's turtle shell was still broken, and he was unable to escape. Furthermore, this kid knew that the 4 Extremes sect was not to be trifled with, which was why he had dragged all the mercenary groups into this, even the other merchant alliances. There was no lack of infighting in the Merchant Union. As long as they went, even if they didn't do anything, they would be taken into account by the 4 Extremes sect. At that time, it would be inevitable that another storm would arise. Starting from today's gathering of mercenaries, he would suppress the other 2 major mercenary groups and take control of the west of the city. Then, he would eliminate the dissidents, support the trusted group, divide the profits of the Chamber of Commerce, forcibly join Tianyuan Trading Company, and cut the big cake away. Now, he had expanded the warship and pulled everyone onto the ship to deal with the 4 Extremes sect. This series of actions had been completed one by one, just when everyone thought he was crazy. Was this the intelligence and methods that a 16 or 17-year-old youth should have? Under that unruly and seemingly arrogant face, what kind of exquisite and bold heart was there? "Brother Mu Wu, do you want to go and have some fun?" Yun Xiao looked up at the sky. It was a clear sky, and no one was there. But soon, Mu Wu's voice was heard. "I'm not interested. The scum of the skeleton mercenary group hasn't arrived yet. I'm going to have some fun with them." "Wait," Yun Xiao said in a hurry. "The 4 Extremes sect has been operating in the west of the city for so many years. God knows how many secrets they have. Brother Mu Wu, come with me. I guarantee you'll find something more interesting than the skeleton mercenaries. Oh! Mu Wu's figure slowly appeared in the air, and he laughed. In that case, I'll go with you. I do want to see if the legendary four alliances are really that strong. Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With Mu Wu going with him, he would have a much greater chance of success. As the young master of the Four Extremes sect, it was impossible for Tang Jie to not have one or two experts by his side. This Mu Wu looked like a fanatic who was obsessed with the martial path, and was the best fighter. Let's go! He picked up Zhang Xiong, whose face was bruised and swollen from the slap, and dragged him away. Over 1,000 people headed towards the base of the Four Extremes sect in the west of the city. However, many of them were frowning and had no choice. Xun Li was a little nervous in the crowd. She casually looked at Hong Yi and saw the worry and fear in each other's eyes. Obviously, Yunxiao's ability had exceeded their expectations, and they were afraid that things would not go so smoothly. The branches of the four core leagues were highly respected and protected by the local forces, no matter where they were in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Although they would also gather information and carry out all sorts of small actions, they would generally not participate in the competition between local powers. Their main job was still to do business and earn big money. Many local powers also needed these chambers of commerce to provide all kinds of resources. Overall, they were still very popular. As such, the four core leagues were able to do well in a city of chaos like the Singing Forest, maintaining a peaceful business environment. However, after the huge profits were exposed this time, it was unknown if they would still be able to remain aloof and unaffected in the future. Among the few people from the Merchant Union, Xiao Luo and Jingnan's faces were as pale as a dead pig's liver, uglier than a pig's liver. This made all the members of the mercenary group feel happy. These people from the Merchant Union were usually high and mighty, as if they had a superior status. Now, he was suppressed by Yunxiao and did not dare to make a sound, which made him feel very happy. As for Zhang Xiong, he was knocked out by Yunxiao's slap and was dragged on the ground. In fact, with his cultivation, he had already woken up, but when he thought of the young master of the Chamber of Commerce, he was so scared that he closed his eyes and continued to play dead. The only one who was calm was Xin Li. Her eyes were calm as she followed the crowd. Yunxiao did not walk fast. The key was to build momentum. As for the four-level Chamber of Commerce, he wasn't worried that they would run away. He had already sent dozens of experts to cover the surrounding 1,000 meters. They would report the slightest movement. Everything that happened today seemed reckless, but it was all within his calculations. Soon, they arrived in front of the four-level Chamber of Commerce's branch. Thousands of people surrounded the area within a 100-meter radius. Even flies could not escape. Yunxiao handed a piece of paper to Xiao Luo, pushed him out and said, "Old man Xiao, the four-level Chamber of Commerce is a member of the Merchant Union. Now I'm helping you to clean up your sect, so you can read the opening speech." Xiao Luo felt dizzy. "Clean up your sister. You were the one who wanted to destroy the Four Extremes sect. Why are you helping us now?" His face was even uglier than a frosted eggplant. When he saw the contents of the paper, his face turned from an eggplant to white noodles. He coughed violently and said, "Cough, cough. Captain Yunxiao, my body, my bones can't take it. Cough, my voice is too soft. Cough, let Jingnan read it. He's younger than me, and his voice is loud and clear. Cough, cough, cough." Jingnan's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, "Old man Xiao, stop acting stupid. How could he have two illegitimate children when his body was weak? You can even hide a second wife." His voice was like a great bell, and all of a sudden, everyone heard it. They revealed ambiguous smiles and lewd sounds rose from all around. Xiao Luo blushed. "That's Xing Luo. That was when she was young," she said. Yunxiao took out a scarlet pill from his ring and handed it over. "Your body can't make it, right? After eating this 9-revolution golden spear pill, your body will be like a fierce tiger and you won't fall for 3 days. Hurry up and eat it. You've earned big this time." Xiao Luo was so scared that she stepped back and said, trembling, "My body is still okay." He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If he really ate that thing, his body would really be dead. He picked up the paper, his hands trembling, and began to read. Humph! Xianxia snorted and said, "Read it out loud if you're in good shape. If your voice is too soft, I'll give you some nourishment." Qiao Luo was so frightened that his voice suddenly became louder and more powerful than a young man's. To all the brothers and sisters of the Light Song Forest, expose the heinous crimes that the Four Extremes sect has committed. As a member of the Merchant Union and the person in charge of 10,000 Treasures Buildings branch, I, Qiao Luo, swear to the heavens that everything Qiao Luo shivered as she wiped her cold sweat and continued to read. As a member of the Merchant Union, I have the responsibility and obligation to announce the crimes of the Four Extremes sect to the world. During the period when the Four Extremes sect was operating in the Lightsong Woodland, they had captured a large number of people for their young master, Tang Jie, to enjoy. No matter male or female, old or young, fat or ugly, regardless of race. He widened his eyes, wiped his sweat, and continued to read. And also bought a large number of soap, candles, whips, chrysanthemum expanding devices and other obscene items, and transported them back to the headquarters in Yang City. I've heard that Tang Jie likes a hodgepodge of things, regardless of gender, type, or type. Bang! Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the Four Extremes sect's branch. It instantly pierced through the sky and was so fast that no one could catch it. He felt as if he had gone blind for a moment. He saw Qiao Luo's body explode under the light, and the poor old man didn't even have time to react before his body was destroyed. Immediately after, several powerful auras rushed out from the Four Extremes sect and spread out, shocking every martial artist. "Who is it?" Xianxia roared angrily. "Who is it? Who was so vicious to kill Myriad Treasures Store's old master Qiao Luo?" Old Master Qiao was full of righteousness and was as loyal as the maple and frost. He did not expect to encounter such a vicious attack. The 10,000 Treasures Tower and your Four Extremes sect are irreconcilable. Everyone fainted. Asking Qiao Luo to go up and read this kind of text was obviously asking him to die, but now he was calling it a thief. Moreover, why did he announce that the Myriad Treasure Tower and the Four Extremes sect were irreconcilable? It's none of your business if they're irreconcilable. Jingnan suddenly felt a chill run up his spine. He glanced at Yunxiao's eyes, which were fixed on him, and immediately understood what was going on. He shouted, "My money sect will also be irreconcilable with your Four Extremes sect. Old Master Qiao, your noble character and unquestionable integrity have existed since ancient times, but you've died a tragic death. Needless to say," Shunli shouted angrily, "Junior from the Four Extremes sect, if you dare to do it, you must dare to bear it." Old Man Qiao had been a chivalrous and unparalleled hero all his life, but he had actually ended up like this. As a member of the Merchant Union, the Empyrean One Pavilion is ashamed of what you have done. We must avenge Old Man Qiao. We'll take revenge for Old Master Qiao. We'll take revenge for Old Master Qiao. It is irreconcilable with the Four Extremes sect. It is irreconcilable with the Four Extremes sect. All of a sudden, more than 1,000 people shouted in unison. Their momentum rose from the sky, and their voices shook the entire west side of the city. Soon, a few banners were opened among the crowd and held up high. Old Master Qiao's loyalty has been harmed. The Four Extremes sect is brutal by nature and angers both man and God. Blood for blood. Clean up the scum of the Merchant Union. Everyone's heart turned cold when they saw this. These banners had obviously been prepared in advance. It turned out that Yunxiao had already planned all this before the gathering of mercenaries, and he had also planned to kill Qiao Luo. Although Qiao Luo's actions were shameful, he was still the head of a branch of a powerful force. He represented the face of the Myriad Treasure Store and had a distinguished status. He could kill such a person if he wanted to, but this Tao Wu, A great fear surged in the hearts of Jingnan and Xinli. They felt that this young man's scariness was completely beyond their imagination. Many of the mercenary groups who were still unconvinced at first wiped their cold sweat and no longer dared to resist. It was Yunxiao who had wanted to deal with the Four Extremes sect, but now it had become a blood debt for the person in charge of Myriad Treasure Store, from being unreasonable to being a righteous army to punish the evildoers. Inside the Four Extremes sect, a silver-robed man stood with his hands behind his back. His face was extremely dark. Young master, that man is really the person in charge of Myriad Treasure Store. We're in big trouble now. Song Xiong went to participate in the gathering of the mercenaries and hasn't returned yet. A gray-robed old man said in a deep voice. Could something have happened? And why are these people gathering outside? The silver-robed man's eyes were like deep pools of water, and he had the aura of a superior being. He was the young master of the Four Extremes sect, Xianxia. With a murderous look on his face, he said, "Do you still need to say? Clearly, they are targeting our Four Extremes sect. That idiot Song Xiong must have caused some big trouble, causing them to come and kill us." The old man frowned. "I don't think Song Xiong is the kind of person who doesn't know his limits. Furthermore, the people outside dare to target our Four Extremes sect. I'm afraid they're not simple. What can't be simple in front of our Four Extremes sect?" Tang Jie sneered. "They're just a bunch of trash. Elder Yu, go out and kill them all." The old man was shocked and said in horror, "Killed them all? There are at least 1,000 people outside." Tang Jie also seemed to have realized that something was wrong. He frowned and said, "Then what do we do?" But soon, his face turned cold and he snorted, "It's just a little more than 1,000 people. It's not a big deal to kill them." Elder Yu's face was filled with worry. "I'm afraid your identity will be exposed if we really attack. At that time, not only will we be in danger, but it will also affect us from doing that thing." Tang Jie's expression changed and he hid in the hall. He pondered and said, "Now that you've mentioned it, I'm starting to suspect that they're coming for me." "What? That was impossible. The young master's trip this time is top secret. How could anyone know about it?" Elder Yu couldn't believe it. Tang Jie's face became more and more serious. "There's no such thing as absolute secret in this world. Even if that trash Song Xiong had done something wrong, it was impossible for him to attract such anger. Moreover, you also heard the announcement of that trash from the Myriad Treasure Tower just now. It was almost all against me. He's probably trying to force me to make a move. Why did you force the young master to act?" Elder Yu was shocked. "Humph," Tang Jie replied coldly. "First, it's to test if I'm really here. If it were someone else instead of me, they would only go out to reason with me after hearing those words. They wouldn't kill me. The second is naturally to let me kill that scum, and from there, take revenge on the Myriad Treasure Tower. What a good two birds with one stone. The person who came is really not simple." His eyes were filled with intense killing intent, which penetrated the Four Extremes sect. He said, "Who are you to target me like this?" "Young master, what should we do now?" Elder Yu asked worriedly. "If the other party is targeting you, then it's not good. Something bad happened? Humph, they're just a bunch of ants. So what if I kill them all? Besides, I think there's something wrong with this Light Song woodland," said Tang Jie ruthlessly. "If it weren't for the fact that it's too important, I'd have no idea what it is. How could this young noble waste his cultivation time in this kind of ghostly place? Staying in this branch of the Four Extremes sect would be too conspicuous, and it would not be beneficial for us. It was better to kill his way out and find a place to hide. Quietly wait for that thing to appear." "All right." Elder Yu's eyes narrowed. "The people outside don't need to argue too much. Just kill your way out. There won't be any martial honors in the west of the city," Tang Jie said. "With our strength, we can easily charge to the south of the city and find Xinfeng of the Skeleton Mercenary Group. He has quite a good relationship with our Four Extremes sect." The two of them turned into two beams of light and broke through the ceiling. Two rays of light, one green and one red, stood in the air and were about to head towards the south of the city. "It's out. The murderer is out." Xun Li was the first to shout. Her eyes were shining. The man in the red light was exactly the same as the image of Tang Jie from the headquarters of the Empyrean One Pavilion. She immediately nodded at Yunxiao. Yunxiao immediately understood and shouted, "Don't let the murderer get away! Revenge for old Master Qiao! All martial royal realm experts, stop them!" With a shout, dozens of light beams suddenly soared into the sky and surrounded the two people. Why are there so many experts? Elder Yu and Tang Jie were both shocked. At a glance, they saw that all of them were martial emperors. Could it be that a mercenary group had been fully mobilized? Elder Yu's aura sank and then exploded in all directions. He shouted, "All of you, get lost!" With him as the center, a wave of power spread out like a flat surface, and everywhere it passed fell into a strange state. "I'm the only one in this world. Domain!" Bin Jie's expression changed drastically. This is only a small branch of the Four Extremes sect. How could there be a martial supreme here? He asked in shock. When he thought of Yunxiao's wild behavior this time, he seemed to have caught some information. Elder Yu stood proudly in the air and said coldly, "All of you, quickly retreat, and I will not pursue this matter." Yunxiao slowly rose into the air as well and said with a chuckle, "What a coincidence. He just happens to be a 2-star martial venerable. Brother Muwer, is it right for you to follow me?" Elder Yu frowned. Under his domain, the martial emperors were struggling to resist the pressure. How could this puny martial king still be able to talk and laugh freely? Mu Wu's laughter came from the sky, and she said, "I was right, and his strength seems to be even stronger than Ling Xiao. Hee, this is going to be fun." Mu Wu's figure gradually appeared, and the same domain spread out, clashing with Elder Yu's. A rumbling sound spread across the sky like thunder. At this moment, the martial royal realm experts heaved a sigh of relief, their faces covered in cold sweat. "Wu Zun, which mercenary group are you from?" Elder Yu's face changed dramatically. How dare they openly disobey the rules of the 3 mercenary groups and send a martial honor to the west of the city? "Aren't you afraid of causing chaos in the forest?" Mu Wu sighed. "Why are you all so long-winded? I really don't know how you all cultivated to the 8 desolates. Fuck, what kind of bullshit rules are these? The fist was the rule. Do you need me to teach you such a simple principle? Why were the 3 mercenary groups so powerful? Isn't it because his fist is big?" The battle intent on his body gradually spread out, and the ripples in his eyes became stronger and stronger. He roared word by word, "2-star martial supreme, fight with me." Boom! Mu Wu circulated her vital qi to the peak and suddenly released it. Her whole body seemed to explode as energy kept surging out. The space was squeezed with spiritual pressure by this huge force. The martial emperors' faces changed drastically, and their bodies seemed to be crushed. They retreated hundreds of meters. Elder Yu's aged face became unusually serious as he muttered to himself, "Peak 1-star martial venerable." The power of this pressure was constantly affecting the circulation of Yuan Qi in his body. The powerful fighting spirit of a warrior was stimulated, and he also had the thought of fighting. But on second thought, he broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly said, "Young lord, quickly head to the south of the city. I'll hold them off for a while. No one can stop me." Tang Jie's face was also extremely ugly. He was also a peak 9 stars martial emperor, so he could easily kill his way out without any danger. He didn't expect the other party to also have a martial honor. Although he was a peak 9 stars martial emperor and a martial venerable, he was still an ant below the realm. Unless they had Yunxiao's territory power or a powerful divine body that could resist the domain, they would never have any chance of winning. Without saying a word, Tang Jie circulated his Yuan Qi to the peak and rushed to the south of the city at his fastest speed. Elder Yu saw that Mu Wu was indifferent to Tang Jie's escape and was fully focused on him. He suddenly felt relieved, but he also became extremely vigilant. Although he was confident that he could suppress the other party, he did not dare to let his guard down. The mastermind who killed old Master Qiao has escaped. Everyone, chase after him. Yunxiao gave a loud roar and chased after Tang Jie with a group of mercenaries. Among them, Binjie's speed was the fastest, and he quickly closed the distance between him and Xianxia. The two of them ran in front and one behind, while a large number of mercenaries were constantly chasing them. Elder Yu's heart grew anxious as he saw this. He suddenly made a move and a white light shot towards Bingjie. Mu Wu snorted coldly and took a step forward. The space trembled and the attack changed direction, shooting into the distance. Old man, I really don't like to be distracted while fighting me. Although you're stronger than me, I'll tear you apart alive if you don't get serious. Mu Wu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and she was extremely unhappy. In his opinion, there was nothing more important than a battle with him and helping him break through the one-star bottleneck. Elder Yu's heart was also filled with anger as he roared. You don't know the immensity of the heavens and the immensity of the earth. You don't know life and death. Now, I'll make you regret what you've done today. With a wave of his hand, a dazzling golden hammer appeared in his hand. The entire space seemed to be squeezed by a great force, and it twisted around him. Along with it, there was also a monstrous battle intent. Mu Wu's face lit up with excitement as she laughed. Haha! This is the feeling. I like this feeling. Elder Yu, on the other hand, was burning with anger. He wanted nothing more than to tear his opponent into pieces. His copper hammer emitted a golden light as he rushed forward. The entire sky behind him distorted and extended like a crumpled cloak. Below, where the two of them were fighting, there were already no more people. No one dared to stay around the battle of martial honors. As long as one's brain was not rusty, they would know that it was courting death. From afar, Binjie kept attacking Xianxia, trying to reduce his speed. Xianxia was also furious from being chased. As the young master of the Four Extremes sect, he had never been in such a sorry state. He hardened his heart and immediately turned his head around. A treasured saber followed the flow and slashed towards Binjie. A crack appeared in the space and spread forward. He had also discovered that there was only one 9-stars martial emperor behind the other party, and he wouldn't have to run away if he killed him. Binjie broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect the other party to turn around and slash so nimbly. Moreover, the black spatial rift was extremely fast and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. If he was touched, his body would definitely be torn apart. Feather token. He instantly took out his profound level weapon and turned it into a shield in front of him, protecting his entire body. Bang! The spatial crack landed directly on the feather token arrow, causing it to let out a huge cry. The light from the token arrow disappeared, and it returned to the size of a palm in an instant, falling back into Binjie's hands. Binjie's heart turned cold as he saw the profound level weapon in his hand crack open, and there was no spiritual energy left. He was shocked once again. With just one strike, the other party had shattered his profound level weapon. Oh my god! What kind of blade is that? He focused his gaze. The treasured saber in Xianxia's hand emitted a blood-red light, and there seemed to be a weapon spirit cheering on it. A strange force was constantly circulating on the saber. Even with his cultivation at the peak of the martial emperor realm, he felt a trace of fear. You dare to chase after this young master? Go to hell! Xianxia raised his blood saber again and a red light slashed down. The space was split open again. The crack continued to expand and rushed over, splitting the entire sky into two. Binjie was extremely shocked. His profound level weapon had already been destroyed, so how could he dare to face this kind of blade light and crack head-on? He hurriedly dodged to the side. However, he soon saw Xianxia's ferocious expression as he rushed forward. Binjie felt his hands and feet turn cold. His opponent's strength wasn't inferior to his, and with that strange blood saber, each of his moves was fatal. If he wasn't careful, he would be cut in half. Under that powerful attack, he was forced to retreat. Xianxia slashed a few times, but seeing that the other party only wanted to dodge, he didn't dare to fight. The strength of the two was basically equal, and it was difficult to kill each other in such a fight. If you don't dare to fight, then get lost. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Xianxia frowned as he saw a huge ancient bell falling towards him. It was Yunxiao who had just arrived. Seeing that Binjie was completely at a disadvantage, he hurriedly threw out the dynasty bell to help. Don't! Quickly retrieve your profound level weapon. What? Binjie shouted in shock. The saber in his hand is strange. It can cut your bell. A sneer appeared at the corner of Tang Jie's mouth. It's too late. Space-tearing slash. Break! He shouted as the blood-red blade light in his hand cut open the sky again. The space crack extended toward the bell. Dang! An ancient bell rang, and the dynasty bell trembled from the power of the blade. Invisible sound waves rippled from the bell and spread in all directions. The black spatial crack shook the dynasty bell and gradually closed up. The originally bright light on the bell's body was also dispersed by the attack, and it kept shrinking. What? Tang Jie and Binjie were both taken aback. The scene of the bell being cut in half that they had imagined did not happen. Instead, it was just that the bell's charm was damaged and was about to be returned to its master. The most surprised person was Tang Jie. He naturally knew the power of the treasure Dao in his hand. Not only did it not break the opponent's profound level weapon, but it also shook out a powerful sound wave force, which impacted his body. At some point, a blue battle suit had appeared around him and dissolved the power of the sound waves. Tang Jie looked coldly at the dynasty bell that had returned to Yunxiao's hand and said, "What bell is this?" Ninth tier profound armament. Binjie's heart trembled, and he revealed a shocked expression. He looked at the saber in Tang Jie's hand, and then at the ancient bell in Yunxiao's hand with a bitter expression. Only a ninth tier profound armament could easily shatter his feather token, and only a ninth tier profound armament could withstand the might of a ninth tier. This kind of profound level weapon treasure, normally, one might not be able to see it once in decades. Now, he had actually appeared in the hands of these two people. Who exactly was this Tang Jie? And what was the identity of this mysterious captain? Other than feeling heartache over the loss of his profound armament, his mind was filled with question marks. The Four Extremes sect is really rich, Yunxiao said unhurriedly. They just gave the famous ninth-tier mystic weapon, the Vermilion Bird Saber, to a martial emperor. Are you saying that you're wasting God's gifts? Or that you're too rich? Tang Jie's face turned gloomy as he said, "You also know the Vermilion Bird Saber. Moreover, you also have a ninth-tier profound armament. You are definitely not a nobody. Kid, you're definitely not a member of a mercenary group. Where are you from? Who was the power behind him? And what is his intention?" At this time, the rest of the martial royal realm experts also caught up. They surrounded Tang Jie and pointed their swords at him. Tang Jie had an inexplicable bad feeling in his heart. Before Yunxiao's appearance, he did not think much of these people. At worst, he could just kill them all. As long as he didn't have a martial honor, who could be his match with the Vermilion Bird Saber in hand? But now it was different. The other party also had a ninth-tier profound weapon in his hands. Although he did not understand how a martial king could use a ninth-tier profound weapon, he still did not understand. However, it was true that his Vermilion Bird Saber was unable to cut through it. In fact, it was an existence that was on par with it. Moreover, there was a peak 9 stars martial emperor who had the same strength as him, and 20 to 30 small-time martial emperors. For the first time in his life, he felt that he had fallen into an unpredictable situation, and a sense of nervousness arose in him. Yunxiao stood in the air with his arms crossed. As if he could see his nervousness, he smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. As long as you're obedient." "Pa! You bastards dare to say you won't hurt me?" Tang Jie said angrily. His face was extremely cold as he said coldly, "I will remember what happened today. The next time I see you, I look forward to seeing you all kneel at my feet and cry." Everyone's expression changed one after another. Many of them even turned their faces slightly, as if afraid that Tang Jie would see their faces clearly. Even though they did not know the other party's identity, they knew that he must be a reputable figure in the Four Extremes sect. They were still quite nervous. When Yunxiao saw the looks on everyone's faces, he sneered and said, "There's no need to hide. Young Master Tang has already memorized your faces." Young Master Tang? The crowd was stunned. and their faces turned ugly again. As expected, the Tang family was the biggest family in the Four Extremes sect, and the Four Extremes sect was also a member of the Tang family. This person was indeed an important figure in the Four Extremes sect. Even Bin Jie was worried. He exchanged a glance with Zhou Xiang, and both of them could see the same worry in each other's eyes. "You don't have to guess," Yunxiao said with a smile. "This young master, who will definitely kill you next time, is Tang Jie, the young master of the Four Extremes sect." What? It was as if everyone's hearts had been hit by a heavy hammer, and they all sank to the bottom of the valley. The person he had offended was the young master of the Four Extremes sect. At this moment, no one could remain calm. Bin Jie and Zhou Xiang were even more dumbfounded. This was undoubtedly a disaster for the rookie mercenary group. Humph! When Tang Jie saw everyone's expression, that feeling of superiority resurfaced again. He squinted his eyes and said, "Since you know my identity, I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel to the side and wait for my punishment. After I kill this brat, I'll see how my mood is and whether or not I'll spare your lives." Yunxiao was speechless when he heard that. How could these disciples from the super forces have such a sense of superiority? They were so ignorant and fearless. This was clearly the rhythm of drawing aggro. Sure enough, all the martial artists were furious, and a murderous aura spread in the air. A warrior could be killed, but not humiliated. If he knelt down, would he still be a martial royal realm expert? After losing the heart of a powerhouse, would there still be the slightest improvement in martial Dao in the future? It can't. To be able to cultivate to the rank of a martial emperor, which one of them did not have a tenacious character and the courage to risk their lives? "You're going too far." The first one to gnash his teeth was Jia Xiaobai. With Yuan Qi pouring into the Overlord's steel saber in his hand, his hostility kept overflowing as he shouted, "If you want me to kneel down, you can use your knife to break my knee. You want me to kneel with just a few words? I'll fuck off." "Ha!" He roared and slashed down. The steel saber made a buzzing sound in the air. It would only be satisfied if it drank fresh blood. Bang! Tang Jie was furious. With a flash of his vermilion bird saber, a ray of light streaked across the air. The Overlord's steel saber, which was as thick as 2 fingers, was directly cut in half, leaving the remaining half trembling in his hand. Jia Xiaobai's pupils suddenly opened as he looked at his broken blade in a daze. "Humph! You dare to attack me? Die!" Tang Jie was about to kill Jia Xiaobai when a terrifying aura suddenly came at him. He turned his head in horror and saw Yunxiao slashing a demon with his sword. Sword spirit. Tang Jie was shocked. Not daring to be careless, he drew his saber to block it. Bang bang! The vermilion bird saber glowed with a red light and blocked the sword technique. Tang Jie was shocked and frowned. The sword intent of this sword gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Yunxiao's face was no longer as relaxed as before. He could conclude that the vermilion bird saber had indeed been refined by Tang Jie. Although it could not exert nearly half of the power of a 9th-tier mystic artifact like Mr. Yu, it was still far above his. Out of the few 9th-tier profound armaments he had, only the purple Shadow Qing Suo sword suited him more. The sword spirit of the demonic dragon was also forcefully infused into it. Compared to the sword spirit that the vermilion bird saber had nurtured, the difference was huge. Moreover, the sword itself was incomplete. Although he could use it, he could only exert some power by relying on his extremely high comprehension of sword essence. It was far inferior to Mr. Yu and Tang Jie's refinement. This vermilion bird saber should have been carefully fused with Tang Jie's body since he was young, which allowed him to be one with his mind. As an 8th-tier alchemist, Mr. Yu's understanding and refinement of profound-level weapons were far above that of ordinary people. The Dynasty Bell only knew how to strike it with force to stimulate its own sound wave power. And even with all his strength, he only managed to knock twice. The Divine Realm Tablet was a supergrade profound artifact. If he hadn't learned the Great Realm Divine Technique and had the spiritual power, he would have used it as a stone. He could have just thrown it at people during a fight. He did not lack profound-level weapons now. What he lacked was complete control over these profound-level weapons. Kid, what was that move you just used? Where did you learn that from? Tang Jie was very puzzled, and at the same time, he began to speculate about Yunxiao's identity. A person who could own a 9th-tier profound armament was definitely not a small fry. A sinister smile appeared on Yunxiao's face as he said, "You want to learn that move? Then try taking a few more of my moves." His figure flickered as he charged forward. He raised the purple Shadow Qing Suo sword and slashed down. The sword light was all concentrated on the sword body and did not release out. Tang Jie was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered and said, "You reckless fool. Do you think that a profound level weapon with a sword spirit can block my vermilion bird saber?" He revealed a cruel smile and slashed over. Bang! The two profound level weapons collided in the air, creating a powerful spark that exploded like fireworks. This is also a 9th-tier profound armament. Tang Jie was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Under his vermilion bird saber, all profound level weapons below the 9th tier were cut in half. As the young master of the Four Extremes sect, he only had one 9th tier profound armament. How could the other party have two? What shocked him the most was the fact that the vermilion bird saber had sparks flying off it, causing him to feel heartache. He had thought that with a single slash the other party would definitely be killed. "Ha, you think you're so awesome just because you have a 9th tier profound armament? I have a lot of these things." Yunxiao swung his sword at him again, his face full of a carefree smile. Tang Jie's heart trembled. Although the other party's attack power was not strong, his comprehension of sword intent seemed to be very high. Every sword made him unable to avoid it, forcing him to raise his treasured saber to resist. In the span of a few breaths, the saber and the sword had collided dozens of times, each time producing a large number of sparks. The sound went into the ears of everyone around them, and they felt a pain in their hearts, wishing they could slap the prodigal Yunxiao to death. That was a 9th tier profound armament. To actually use it to meet force with force, no matter how powerful the profound armament was, it would not be able to withstand this kind of torment. The more Tang Jie fought, the colder his heart became. Although he didn't have time to look at it carefully, after so many moves, he felt as if his vermilion bird saber had been cut a lot. Each move made his heart twitch. Yunxiao laughed. His heart ached. "Aren't you the young master of the Four Extremes sect? What is a mere 9th tier profound armament? This old man usually uses this thing to cut down trees and dig holes." In the distance, Zhou Xiang's heart twitched violently. He vaguely remembered that one of his subordinates had said that he used a 9th tier profound armament as a rod. At that time, he had laughed it off. He had not expected it to be true. Tang Jie was about to faint. After being attacked by Yunxiao so many times in a row, he finally regained the advantage in a few breaths. A powerful sharp light burst out of the vermilion bird saber, tearing the space apart and catapulting Yunxiao away. A black crack then went after him. Yunxiao was taken aback. Just now, he had killed Tang Jie with a surprise attack and an extremely strong movement technique and sword intent. He had used all his strength to slash at Tang Jie, trying to see if he could break the vermilion bird saber, but it was still in vain. He also knew that he would not have another chance to get close. The dynasty bell between his brows rushed out and crashed into the crack. Dang! The sound waves spread out, and the spatial cracks eroded the ancient bell, constantly making ear-piercing sounds, and soon disappeared. Animal! Suddenly, there was a roar that soared to the sky. Tang Jie's entire body seemed to be burning. His eyes were red as he stared at the vermilion bird saber. The blade was covered with all kinds of holes. His heart had shattered at this moment, and his entire person had gone completely berserk. Yunxiao chuckled. Although there were more nicks on the purple Shadow Qing Suo sword, he did not feel the slightest heartache. What was a 9th tier profound armament? When he recovered his strength, he could refine as many as he wanted. "Yaya! I'm going to kill you, you animal!" Tang Jie was completely crazy. The vermilion bird saber seemed to be burning with him. A firebird rose from the blade. It was the sword spirit. "Great void slash! All of you go to hell!" A cross-shaped space crack opened in front of him, constantly tearing the space. A terrifying black hole spread out, sweeping towards the surrounding warriors. The surrounding martial royal realm experts were all covered in cold sweat. They were so frightened that their hearts trembled. The huge spatial crack seemed to be able to swallow everything. They all widened their eyes and looked at it in horror. This kind of attack was simply unstoppable at their level. Xianxia, on the other hand, looked calm with a sneer. Although it did not break the vermilion bird saber, it made Tang Jie go crazy. A person was most likely to make mistakes when he was angry. He couldn't compete in cultivation, but he was least afraid of competing in profound-level weapons. A tadpole-like rune overflowed from his hand, and his spiritual energy circulated in his body. A golden light shot out from between his eyebrows. His spiritual energy was very limited, so he was very careful when he circulated it. He didn't want to waste any trace of energy. Tadpole-like characters flew out of his palm one after another. In the golden light, the divine realm tablet suddenly swelled up and turned into a small mountain, pressing down toward the center of the great void slash. In the center of the cross-shaped crack, the image of a firebird appeared. It kept rolling and devouring everything in its path, sweeping them into the endless void. The surrounding martial emperors tried their best to resist the suction force, but their hands and feet turned cold and their faces were filled with despair. Tang Jie laughed hideously. Under my great void slash, even a 9th-tier profound armament would be swallowed up. I'll make you regret being born in this world.